Tonight on the Black Channel, we're going to have a little talk about fatherhood and what that means. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting superfortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media. This is the Black Channel. And I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. Join us. And join us you shall, because you have done it for so long. On tonight's program, I want to discuss something that presumably I would be completely unqualified to discuss in so many different ways. We could talk about Juneteenth. We could talk about Biden falling off his bicycle. We could talk about a number of different things here. And I have the option of doing so, but this, for some reason, this overrides everything else to me and for me. I want to discuss the war on Black Fatherhood and what we're going to do about it. Not what we can do about it or should do about it, what we're going to do about it. But first, I want to preface it by saying this is something that otherwise I shouldn't talk about, or presumably you would assume I wouldn't talk about. I do not have biological children. I don't talk about my own family very much because I was taught not to do that. I was taught that if something is genuine, you don't run around waving banners about it. It was drilled into me by my parents. It was drilled into me by my father. The character is what you do, not what you say. That you do not look for thanks, that you do not look for a pat on the back, that you do not look for parades and accolades, that the people who know you gaining their respect is more important than anything else. I have never sought to have throngs and crowds of people cheering my name. That was not what I was taught. I was taught to be damn good at whatever it is I put my mind to, and that in and of itself is the greatest reward possible, because people might like you one minute or not like you the next, but your goals and what you've built are eternal. That is what was drilled into me. And that is what I've tried to give to so many others. And that to me is the essence of fatherhood. That it isn't something that goes around demanding that something patted on the back and cheer its name. It doesn't need encouragement in that way. And the war to destroy black fathers has really been a war to destroy black people by eliminating the leader and the warrior class. By making it where you have to understand you are dealing with an evil, demonic beast. You are dealing with an absolutely ruthless, voracious, wicked, evil, demonic beast in the white supremacist system. That it believes in warfare on all levels, especially psychological. That if you can destroy an enemy before he even meets the battlefield, you'll never have to fight him. And that if you have control in a society, if you destroy the warrior class, well, you'll never have to go to war. You could round them all up and kill them, or you could get them all to no longer identify themselves as warriors. Because you see, in order for a warrior to fight, he's got to know what he's fighting for. Otherwise, he's just a mindless savage. A warrior must have a cause. A warrior must have that. And there is no greater cause for a warrior, for a man, than to look in the mirror, to turn around and see the smaller representation and reproduction of himself. And in that moment, he knows everything he's fighting for. He knows everything that he is going to live and kill and die for. No one has to say anything else to him. He doesn't need any prompting. He doesn't need any goading. He doesn't need anyone to tell him anything. He knows right then and right there everything he needs to do and everything he's going to do. He doesn't need a pep talk. He doesn't need a speech. And he doesn't need to be given permission. He knows what he's doing. He's not guessing it. He knows it. And I have watched, I have sat back and I have watched, I have sat back and I have watched over the course of the last 4+ decades as the identity of black manhood expressed through fatherhood has been under a relentless, never-ending assault, both from without and, sadly, I am to say, some of the chief leaders are within black society. I have watched as treason has not just been normalized, but celebrated and turned into an art form. I have watched as they have attempted to make black males ashamed to be born, that they are celebrating, emasculating them, and destroying their very identity. That is turning you into a slave and a tool of servitude. I've sat back and I've watched that for decades now. And so, one of the things that I felt was very, very important to reestablish was that identity. That first and foremost, to be a man means to lead. And what does it mean to lead? Leading is summed up in 3 words. Call me first. I'm the person that you call on first and foremost. If there is a problem, if there is an issue, if there is a difficulty, if there is something that you do not know, I am the person that you call on first and foremost. Let me tell you something. In my early 20s, I tried to learn as much as I could. I traveled the world. My parents sent me out there and whatnot, and that was basically their thing to do. And it was go and learn everything you can. There wasn't a single thing that I ever sat down to do that they did not sit there and tell me, go right ahead and try that. Whether it was art, sweeping floors, construction, engineering, railroads, manual labor, you name it. Whatever it was, I was told to go and to learn. And what they said to me was, you need to do this young. While you don't have a family to take care of, you don't have a wife, you don't have kids to take care of, this is the time to do it. They also understood what that meant. They also understood that meant that their son might leave and not come back. That he might go off and try this and it might kill him. You might lose him. They understood this too. And they never shirked that responsibility. I was never coddled as a child. I was required to do things. The men, and more importantly, the women in the family, were not fighting against the men. There was not a fight between mother and father in that way. There was not a fight in that manner. The boys scraped their knees and cut their hands, and it was the women who told them, stand up. Damn the Spartans. Those women in Louisiana did not coddle their sons, and they did not fight with the fathers over that. Because you see, those women wanted to raise men. They didn't want to sit up here and have son husbands. They were there to raise men. And they told us that from a very young age. I've had that drilled in me from a very young age. I'm not raising a boy to be a big boy. I am raising a son to be a man. I was never allowed to say the words, I quit. I was never allowed to say that. Those are words that were never harbored or tolerated. Because you live in a world where if you quit, that is the goal. The goal is to get you to quit, because this society has plenty of places for men who quit. Homeless shelters, freeway overpasses, and ditches, morgues, and cemeteries. That's what they have for men who quit. And I was taught not to do that. I'm not holding myself up as a paragon of virtue, nor am I holding myself up as the quintessential example of anything. I'm not doing that. Not at all. I am not saying that I am the best. Believe me, I'm not. Please understand, I've got my flaws and failings like anybody else. Just because I haven't made some of the same mistakes as some other people have, I've never said that that makes me better. That alone is what does it. Because you have to understand, in my travels throughout this world, I've met many black men who are straight shooters, straight laced. That was one of the things that I learned on the roads and on the rails and across the world in my travels. I've met a good many black males. They're law-abiding citizens. They're straight shooters, just like me. Never did drugs, just like me. Never drank, just like me. Never fathered children, so they never abandoned them, just like me. Value all of those things, and they are utterly worthless to us as a people. All of those things, and they're utterly worthless. Because at the end of the day, they're not doing it for anyone else. They're doing what they do for themselves and no one else. For over a decade, going on a decade and a half now, when I start this program every single time, you hear me say the same words. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant. You see, I didn't go off and go do all of this for me. I did all of this so I could bring it back for you. For the fatherless boy. For the fatherless girl. For the motherless son. For the motherless daughter. I did this to bring this back for you. That I've gone out into the world and I have been willing to put life and limb, reputation, name, and everything for a decade. And even though most of you, not all, but most of you have never seen me, I have been able to do something that absolutely no one anywhere has been able or willing to do. And to this day, I am the single only person on the internet, off the internet or anywhere else, that you can say can say 3 more words to you after I finish talking to you, to verify for you how much I believe and not I think I know every word I'm saying is correct, because I've lived it and proved it. I can say to all of you, my children, call me back. Not just call me first. Call me back. I want to hear from you. If your mother and your fathers never told you this, if no one ever said it, if your teachers have abandoned you, if you felt like nobody really is concerned about that, there are literally hundreds of you who can testify that Jason has messaged me and everything else. You did not call me back. I don't just say this because I'm looking to move you along. I don't just say this to get content. People, I could have been a multi-millionaire off of content years ago if I wanted to do that. I'd flip on the microphone. I'd show you the Ayatollah beard and the bald head. It'd be lights, cameras, action, and everywhere we go. But I'm a worker. And I don't really have the ability or time to invest in that way. I got to keep things moving like this. So I get them in and I deal with them. Straight, no chaser. And when I am done, I say to you, call me back. I'm not just throwing out rhetoric into the universe. I am saying, call me back. Get on this phone, and I do not screen calls because I'm trying to prove something to you. You see, manhood is something that is validated. It's not an opinion. Manhood is something that is validated. It is something that is proven. You see, when you raise warriors take to the arena. He's the first one out there. When he throws his arms up to the crowd, he isn't just saying, acknowledge me and praise me and this, that, and the other. He's saying, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm on deck. Where's the competition? I'm here. I'm here. Front and center. That's what that means. And in some ways, you see it in ways that you might not like when you see that and whatnot. When you see the gang members throwing up their sets, well, they're saying, I'm here. That's that warrior spirit in them. I'm here. When they use military terms, I'm here. I'm front line. I'm front line. I'm on deck. I'm here. Something, if work needs to be put in, I'm here, my hands raised. Ain't nobody looking for me. This isn't middle school or elementary school where somebody's in the back of the damn classroom hiding. I'm up front. I'm on front. I'm up front. I'm right here. All you got to do is give me the nod and it's getting done. That's the spirit. Given the right focus and direction. And I have tried to exemplify that. I have tried to exemplify that spirit. You have heard many things about me and my name over the course of the last decade and a half. You know what you've never heard the words? Jason lied. Not from anybody with any credibility. They can't show you factually, Jason said XYZ, and I tried to do it, and it doesn't work. My telephone lines are open every single time. I do not have a call screener. There wasn't anything to block you from speaking directly to me the first time you called in. There will be nothing to stop you from talking to me a decade and a half later if you choose to call me. There was nothing that stopped you then, and there's nothing to stop you now. That's the type of consistency and reliability I've tried to live. Because I watched men ahead of me do that. I watched men ahead of me who were stand up and had a code. There's a reason why we don't deal with snitches and rats. There's a reason that we don't do that. You see, when you go to a women's prison and a men's prison, you notice things operate totally differently in those areas. In a men's prison, we get folk up out of there. In a men's prison, if you're a man who has killed children, or if you're a man who has molested children, you can't sit among the men. Oh, you don't have the rest of the society out here to protect you. We do paperwork checks. We want to check the value of the man sitting next to me. You can't sit next to me and you've been doing stuff to children. Oh, hell no, we're going to get you off the yard in a second. I suggest you run and PC up, because if you don't, you can leave feet first. We really don't care which way it goes. What we know is as soon as we find out, somebody's coming. You know what doesn't happen? That doesn't happen in a female prison. In a female prison, women who molest children, women who have killed their babies, can sit next to other women and get booed up and bougied up. Women don't hold each other to a standard like that. And furthermore, they never have. You see, men do that. When you put women in an environment where they control, they don't judge each other. It's the men who do that. It's the men who do that. Understand that. It's the men who do that. The men do that kind of thing. The men understand that. And the men hold themselves to that code. We can't live any other way. We can't live any other way. We can't do that. We have a code. And that's something that was put in you before you got there. That's something that is instilled in you before you get there. That is something that is put in you and has to be put in you by other people. You have to have a group of folk that you look at and look up to. That's something that has to be done by other people, by other men that you admire, that you respect, that you look up to. That's what that's gotta be. That's what that's gotta be. There have to be other men that you have spent your life looking up to, and when you have destroyed that image, then that's a problem. When you destroy that image, when you destroy the image of the men having a code, of the men protecting and providing, of the men doing that, that's how you destroy a society. That's how you destroy an entire society when you do that. No code, nothing enforced, everyone freestyling, everyone doing whatever they want to do. That's the problem. That's the problem. So that is the example that I've tried to live by and tried to exemplify. That's the example I've tried to live by, and it has not been easy because we've been under attack from without and from within. We've been under attack from without and from within. We have had people who have sat up here and tried to popularize attacking black manhood. And you have a white supremacist system, a corporate system that has taken it upon itself to do everything in their power. I mean, they're sinking money into it. They're subsidizing it. Coverage of Dwayne Wade emasculating his own son. Coverage of these people emasculating their own children. That's not a minor offense. That's treason. That's not a minor offense. That's treason. And as the warrior class, let me explain something to you. Right now, there's a lot of upheaval in society, and let me tell you, this is good. It is very important from time to time on a regular basis for there to be upheaval in society, because that society needs to ask itself who and what it really is. That society needs to ask itself who and what it really is, who and what it truly is. And one of the things that you're having them ask is, what is the role of government? What is the role of government? What is government's purpose? And you hear people now saying, well, government's chief purpose, if you're going to have a government, its chief purpose, its chief responsibility is to protect the people. The government serves the people. How? By protecting it. By protecting your rights, protecting your liberties, protecting your life and limb. That is the government's chief responsibility. Well, how do you protect people? You have a warrior class dedicated to the physical protection of the people and their rights and their liberties. And when you have broken that in the men, because it will be the men who protect that, when you have broken that in the men, you've destroyed them. You've destroyed those people. So understand, anyone who attempts to belittle or diminish the image of black manhood is committing treason, because there will be no one else. Every time you see some black female online getting assaulted by some white supremacist or white supremacist sympathizer, she's by herself. She's by herself. You haven't seen a video of her with her black man sitting right there next to her with somebody laying their hands on her. They know who to mess with and who not to. They know to get you by yourself. They know to get you by yourself. They know to corner you on your own. They believe, understand something, they believe in asymmetrical warfare. They believe in targeting your helpless. They don't go after the strong, they go after the weak. They go after the easy targets. They go after soft targets. They're not here for a fight. They're here to victimize. They're here to victimize. And the words of Dr. John Henry Clarke ring more true today than they ever have. That you must understand that that black person next to you is your very best chance for survival. Nobody else is looking out for you. Nobody else is looking out for you. That black man next to you is your best chance of survival. And the amount of hatred, of pure, unadulterated hatred that has been focused towards black men is absolutely disgusting. It's revolting. It's vomit-inducing. We have heard as the white supremacist media and unfortunately their sympathizers within black society have taken it upon themselves to adopt the vocabulary of the white supremacists and claim words like patriarchy and terms like toxic masculinity. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's no such thing. If it does exist, it's never been practiced by black men, because in order to practice any type of oppression, you must have power. We are the most powerless men on the planet in a socio-political sense. Socio-politically, we're not out here dominating and oppressing anybody. So for someone to say that is absolute fiction. But it is necessary, and it is necessary because they also understand that while socio-politically we might be powerless, you are staring down the barrel of a dragon. And they understand that. And this is all about getting the black male to stop believing in himself. That the only time he is to believe in himself is in order to be a servant and a slave to other people. So white folk put a saddle on your back. You show up at the NFL combine like slaves on the auction block and let them measure you and prod you and see how fast of a cat, how thick the cattle's legs are and how fast the horse can run. And you're to do nothing outside of that. They want you to bow and scrape to women, and that you are to define your being around whether or not you're pleasing everybody else. That your manhood is determined by your ability to absorb endless insults and indignities. That's not manhood. So let me explain to you tonight about what we do about this war on Black Fatherhood, which is a war on Black manhood. Let me explain to you what we do about it. First and foremost, to every male within the sound of my voice, regardless of your age, from the age of 100 to 100,000, do not ever allow anyone to make you feel or to tell you that the term male and man are negatives. And do not allow someone to ungender you, mislabel you, try to tell you that it doesn't matter what that is, that there is no definition of it. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Do not let someone tell you that a masculine man, that real men wear dresses. Don't let them sit up here and tell you that. They're trying to mind bend you and brainwash you. It is time for you to become a militant masculine figure. I was told this at a very young age. Understand something. In the state of Louisiana, when I was in school, I used to stay home from school on Dr. King's birthday. I didn't give a damn what day of the year it was. Guess what? I'm calling out, not because I'm sick or anything. It's because they had instilled that in me. That was the young man they were building. That wasn't even something that they required. You see, they went to the right and I went past that. The foundation was so firm that when I met these things in the real world and found out, okay, it really is real, they had a son who was like, yeah, I'm to the right of y'all. Yeah, let me show y'all. Yeah, as a matter of fact, thank you very much. Let me crank up the volume a little bit more. That's when you have someone who's ready for battle. That's when you have someone that he's going to be ready to deal with what goes on in this world. And if the situation escalates and gets worse, he's going to be ready to deal with that. Do not allow your school systems to brainwash you. I didn't allow it to brainwash me. You should not allow it to brainwash you. Just because they have foolishness and idiocy. Remember, they had schools that were teaching them that we were not people. Governments and school curricula do not determine facts. They don't determine facts. Do not turn your children over to a government system and then hope for the damn best. This idea that you're going to get a government system to replace the father in the home is treason. That is treason. That is why, first and foremost, as black men, we must have a code. But you cannot have a code among men unless that code is, number one, taught at a young age, and number two, strictly enforced. And that is what we are missing right now. We do not have a code being instilled at a young age, a code that serves us. You see, young Jewish children have that. Irish children have that. Catholic children have that, even if the girls are out there. As black men, except in gang culture, we don't have that as a group. That's the identity. The Nation of Islam is probably the only equivalent that I can think of. But other than that, we don't have one. You see, a code is something that is universally recognized by the adherents. That's what a code is. By those who adhere to the code that are instilled in it, it's universally recognized by them. The black Greeks have a practice, but they don't have a code. The black Masons have a practice, but they don't have a code. Because you can't have a code if you cannot enforce it. You cannot have a code if you cannot enforce it. And let's be very, very clear. First and foremost, how you enforce a code, the most important thing to human beings is status. Therefore, the most important thing to people is not being necessarily an outcast. When you are an outcast, you have lost all status. When you have lost all status, what that means is that you will be afforded no protections by the group. You are out here on your own. You're out here on your own. Survivors travel in packs. Individuals being by themselves, you're easily picked off. Survivors travel in packs. Losers go around posting on the internet how they're an island by themselves. As soon as the police or a group of white supremacists run up, a group runs up on that individual, all of a sudden those memes and posts they put up on social media don't mean a damn thing. Your fantasy just met reality. So you see, in order to have a code, it must be taught and instilled early, and then it must be strictly enforced. There is a reason, and that's the reason why you have neighborhoods that are specifically marked as territory. You see, there's a reason why you've got a Chinatown. That's their way of saying you've entered a domain where there is a code in place, starting with what we call ourselves. That's why it's called Chinatown. That's why it's called Koreatown, Greek Town. That's why it's called Little Italy and the Italian Market. And I've been to them all. That's their way of saying there is a code in place here. We don't give a damn what you read down there at City Hall. There is a code in place here. And if something happens, you are surrounded by a bunch of people who are on code. That's what that means. That is why it is so essential to have things that we own, that we control, and that we pass down. Because that is us saying there is a code here. And once you have an area that has a code, that code must be strictly enforced. And that brings us to the enforcement mechanism. You see, the reason why you have to have these enclaves of manhood, and I got to talk to the women here in a moment. We got to get y'all straight on this. The reason why you must have these enclaves of manhood, and let's be clear, it's black manhood. The reason why you must have these enclaves of black manhood is because they need to be around other men who are like them, who can show them the mold and the model in which they will grow up into. You see, when a child loses a tooth, for example, if they lose the tooth too damn early, or if they damage one of their teeth. For those of you who had young children, you might have had a child who damaged their teeth. I mean, they damaged their primary teeth. Might have damaged one of them and it's in there crooked, but the dentist refuses to remove it. Because he's like, okay, if I remove that primary tooth, when the secondary tooth tries to come down, it might come down at some odd angle or some weird angle. You see, the primary teeth aren't just there for the purposes of being there and falling out. The primary teeth actually serve to guide the secondary teeth down into place. The primary teeth set the pathway that the secondary teeth are going to grow into. Those of you who do horticulture, same thing with plants. You guide the vines, you guide the plants. You guide young men. They need to see that. And they might not get it at that point in time. He's 5 or 6 years old. He might have Tonka toys. He might not understand what that's about. Let me tell you something. When I was a little kid and my grandparents had that 6'9" Impala. You damn right. All damn day. It was vroom, vroom. You know, your little kids, we didn't care about one car or the other back then. Didn't care about one car or the other back then. You're like 3 or 4 years old. Didn't care about it back then. By the way, they took care of that damn thing. I must have been 10 years old and it still had that new car smell in it. Back then, didn't know. You're little kids then. Eventually, they sold the car. It wasn't until the 90s show up that I'm sitting up here giving my parents hell. By the way, whatever happened to that 6'9", I specifically remember this family owning a 6'9" Impala. Where is it? Mom and dad looking at each other all silly. Well, you know, your grandfolks sold it. I'm like, sold it? Sold to who? We don't know. Years ago. I felt betrayed. I felt betrayed. One of my uncles owned a Roadrunner. Not talking about the car wash. I'm not talking about the plush toy. I'm talking about the car. One of my uncles owned one of those. I must have seen that damn thing once or twice in my whole life. Never really had a big car culture in the family, but every car we ever had, we took care of, let me tell you. That thing's going to get at least 500,000 miles. And anyone today can tell you about that, about any of my vehicles. When the weekend shows up, it's going to be a Negro out there washing, waxing, and if there's any scratches, polishing and waxing. Clay bar if it needs to be done. Them chrome wheels ain't going to stop. And let me tell you something, that wasn't really something I was taught. That isn't even something I was taught, by the way. That isn't something that really I did by dad's knee or anything like that. That wasn't something I did with my uncles or anything like that. That was something I grew into. But that's maintenance. Now, this is not about being a car head and being really silly about it and whatnot. I don't do car shows or stuff like that. I'm not going to necessarily denigrate those who do. But what I am saying is taking pride in those things. Taking pride in your appearance and your presentation. I know I'm from the land of big wheels and big grills, but my point is taking pride in your presentation. That when this car, when this chariot rolls up, this is my family in here. These are my people in here. And from the second you see them headlights coming over the hill, you are going to understand that we take pride in what we are. So therefore, when I walk into anyone's establishment, anyone's room or whatever, it's very clear the vehicle has already started to set the tone. The vehicle has already started to set the tone. It doesn't matter where I'm at, whether it's the Westin Bonaventure or whether it's Carnegie Hall. Folks admire that. They understand that because it's part and parcel. They see how he does one thing is how he does all things. That's instilling a practice of manhood. So even when your young boys are at the barbershop, right now they might see the fellas up there with the flat caps or whatever, getting their beards done or whatever like that. And as a little kid, it's going to be annoying to him. Why I got to get my hair cut here? Can't you just let me get out here like buckwheat and make it do what it do? And it's like, okay, it's going to annoy him then. But as he gets older, those are going to become fond memories for him. You've started to mold him and shape him in the way. That's a regular practice for him. That he understands that as a man, we're not like the females. We're not all soft and manicured, but we are to be put together a certain way. When we go in public, we are to be put together a certain way. And yes, there's levels to it. You got some fellows who wear suits all the time. You got some who are buttoned up. You got others like me, polo shirts. You got others who are, there's levels to it and whatnot, but we're supposed to be presentable each in his own way, in his own style as it is. Nobody's sagging they damn pants. You're in the presence of men. You ain't selling nothing to me with your drawers showing, dude. You're in the presence of men. What the hell you think you selling to us with your drawers showing? You're not selling anything over here. You're in the presence of men. Hey, we don't play that right there, bruh. Whatever you was doing in prison, that was over there. You're in the presence of men now. You're in the presence of men. But that only applies to what you control. So you see, when you got the barber shop, there's a reason why there's been this assault on the barber shop. There's a reason why there's been that assault on that. There's been an assault on that because that is a place where you have men, and that's where the inculcation of codes happen. They already destroyed the church. They already destroyed the church. The church is now a subsidiary of white supremacist feminist ideology. They've already destroyed that. They've got a bunch of frauds and fakers and imposters and pimp preachers up in there. It doesn't serve the people, certainly doesn't serve the men. So you see, if the code is to be installed, it's got to be installed somewhere else. We can't look to the church to do that anymore. So the men have to take it upon themselves. They have to take it upon themselves. They've got to do that themselves. And that is why we as black men, we've got to have things that we own and control. We've got to have things that we own and we control. We've got to have our stores, our shops, our clubs. We've got to have things where when you enter in there, there's a code. You see, when you go to your Hollywood movies and whatnot, they're letting you know that they understand that black men have a code and a style about things. They understand that. Now, when you get white folk to do it, it becomes damn near cartoonish. And there's the problem. You see, when you see that strut from Denzel Washington, that's black manhood on display. When you see that strut from Idris Elba, that's black manhood on display. I know, don't do it. When you see Lawrence Fishburne, that's black manhood on display. He ain't got to explain a damn thing to you. That's black manhood on display. He's sending a message to all the other men just by standing there. No gang colors required. No loud talk and bravado. His presence says something to you. And this is why I have spent a decade and a half saying that we need to lay the foundations. We have to lay the foundations of that. Because the previous generation screwed it all off. And unfortunately, most of the daughters today have decided to declare war against the men because there are issues that they have not dealt with in and of themselves. They have been raised by a group of bitter, misguided, and treacherous old females who, unfortunately, sad to say, and you've seen this in other societies, in Jewish society under Mordecai Rumkowski and the town of Louds in Nazi Germany, and unfortunately in America, they have cultivated enclaves of willful collaborators. Feminism is an enclave of willful collaborators. Individuals who are saying we willfully throw in our lot with Der Fuhrer against our own people. That is black feminism. Black feminism is an enclave of willful collaborators. And all you really serve to do is to try to destabilize the only thing that helps you. Because when the white supremacist system comes for you, and they will, because they always do, the first thing they do is look around and say, where the men's at? They don't look up for Zaddy. They don't look for white men to come riding to their rescue because the white men made it they understand from the very beginning, you don't have any support. You have a utility, you have a use. You don't have any support. White society doesn't have a code with you. They don't have a code with you. The only place there will be a code is over here with us, and that is all. So first and foremost, there is a code that must be enforced. So let me explain to you what that is, and you can get out your pens and your notepads and take notes. As black men, first and foremost, they hate you because you are black or a black male, but they are able to victimize you because you are poor. And the only cure for being poor is excellence. If you wish to make above average money, you must have above average ability. And that starts with drive. Now, I understand that I started the Black Channel, and I started because there were many things that I assumed at the time more people understood. And then when I got down the road, I realized they didn't even have a beginning of it. So I started at the very beginning. Everything begins with drive. Everything begins with drive and focus. Professor Scott Galloway talked about that in a video once. He said that more important than intelligence, more important than networking and connections was focus. The single biggest determinant of whether or not a person would succeed or not was focus. The person who was most focused, not the one necessarily who was most intelligent, most read, most academic, most informed, most connected. The individual who was most focused was the one most likely to succeed at whatever they endeavor to do. So drive, the ability to lock your eyes on something and say, nothing is going to stop me. Nothing. And from there, you get the intelligence and the networking and everything else you need. But let me tell you something. If you don't have the drive, intelligence, and networking aren't going to help you at all. It will not help you. So first and foremost, you've got to have the drive. Brothers, you have got to have the drive to not be helpless. 7 out of 10 of you, or lately 8 out of 10 of you, were raised by gutter, senseless females who have no respect for themselves, no respect for other women, and certainly no respect for you. And she allowed herself to become a willing collaborator in the system. She allowed that. That is her burden. Those are her demons. She had 3 decades before you came along, 2 or 3 decades before you came along, to prove to the men that she was worth being protected and provided for. She either could not or would not do so. But she is not your burden to carry. This YouTube channel is demonetized. My other YouTube channel is monetized. Let me say this again. This YouTube channel here is demonetized. The super chat and everything, it doesn't work here. Now, YouTube, in my opinion, illegally runs ads, but I don't get any money on this channel. I make no revenue from it. And this is the one I pour myself into. Well, because my money is straight. But this is the one I pour myself into. If I needed the money, I'd be using my other YouTube channel. I only use that one when they mess with this one. I'm trying to show you that when you have the drive and focus together, you have the ability to benefit other people. And as men, when you have excellence and focus, then you're not gonna be helpless. So first and foremost, you have to solve that helpless problem. Now, your mother might not have been the right kind of person. Your mother might not have been stand up, but let's be very, very clear. As you come to this world, you're going to have to carry yourself. You're not here to carry her. She had her chance. If she gave birth to you, there was a male laying on top of her, and that's the one she chose. She had every other option. She chose him. She bet the farm on him. It came up snake eyes. That is her burden. She has inculcated you like a cult to believe that you're supposed to dedicate your life and your resources to shoring up her bad choices. No, you are not. And I understand a lot of y'all were raised in places where the drug epidemic swept through like a tidal wave. A lot of you were raised in places where your mama was on the pipe, your daddy was on the pipe, in and out of jail. If you in D.C., Oakland, L.A., New York, those were major places. But guess what? I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. We had a crack epidemic there too, damn it. Might not have made the news, but let me tell you, between the years, I think it was 1992 and 1995, Shreveport, Louisiana was the murder capital of America. Little old Shreveport. I mean, we had 200 plus thousand people. You get the idea. We were the murder capital of America. It was bouncing back and forth between Shreveport, Louisiana and New Orleans, Louisiana. I know, I was there. You can go Google that if you want to. I was there. Wasn't no place safe. Wasn't no place safe from that. So I understand some of you had to deal with that, and I'm telling you, what you got to do to shake that off. It's like a business. You got to cut those losses. If they chose to do that, you cannot allow that to be a burden and albatross on you, because you've got young images and young representations of you depending on you. You've got them depending on you. And in the words of Pharaoh from the 10 Commandments, the future is something that I owe to my fathers and mothers, not my sons. You owe that to your ancestors. The bricks you lay for your legacy is something that you owe to your ancestors. You don't owe that to somebody who didn't make the right decisions. Generations of folk you never met before, and they're judging you and saying, okay, what are you going to do to build on what we made here going forward? It seems a little paradoxical. I understand that. But you owe this to your fathers and your mothers, not just the person who birthed you. It's like, okay, I will take care of that if there's resources left over, but the future is what I got to take care of. And I'm the captain of the ship, and this is how it's going to get done. We have grown men looking to women to lead them. We have grown men looking to women to lead them. And I'm going to talk about that in just a few moments. But first and foremost, brothers, there has to be excellence. You are either communicating well or you're not communicating at all. How in the hell is it that we created language and math and yet you got individuals shirking it? Absolutely not. We are supposed to be the best at everything. You've been told, well, look here, nigga, get over here and run this ball and be excellence for white folks' amusement. That's not the only thing. That's a very, very small part of it. Us being the designated entertainment. Understand something. Being the damn court jester can be a safe place to be if you wish to be a servant. But that's a dangerous ass place to be when war breaks out. When there's a war that breaks out or a fight, they start looking for people that they can use. Guess who's the first damn one to go overboard? The damn jester. Nobody's trying to feed you. You're the designated entertainment. Nobody's trying to feed you. Nobody's trying to feed you. As men, you have to be useful. No, you don't have to be useful. As men, you must be essential. You've got to be essential personnel. You have to be critical. And there are a bunch of you who have been raised by your mamas to be their little pets. If you'll be damn honest with yourself, your mama raised you into being the metrosexual beta-ass simp male who would lean on her because she's emotionally deficient and she wants somebody else to be her little pet. When you see all these women running around, they got pets in the home, and then you see their sons act just like they raise their sons the way they do their puppies. You're not here to be your mama's damn puppy or pet. You're not here to be a houseplant. You're not here to be an ornament. You're not here to be the miniature version of some rapper that she was fantasizing about back in the 90s or the 2000s. You have to be essential. You have to be essential. That's a skill you need to learn. You have to understand what it means to be essential. And if you are unskilled, you are not essential. I did something that absolutely no one else did, but that is because I spent my life learning this. So when they come to me and say, Jason, hey man, I ain't got nothing. Dude, I graduated from high school. Ain't nothing popped off for me. I'm out here in this environment. My mama don't know nothing. My daddy is AWOL. The rest of my family is bummy. Dude, I'm trying to get something. What can I do? Well, let me find out what you can do. Bro, I can't do nothing. Then you have to get your skill set together. What do I do here? I'm going to tell you, you can learn a trade, and you have to get that fear out of you because your parents were afraid. You're going to learn a trade. You're going to do IT. You're going to do truck driving, get your CDL. We're going to get you started into this. And I expect to hear back from you in 90 days. Everybody's not going to be a computer programmer. Furthermore, everybody doesn't need to be. But I'm going to expect to hear back from you. And I'm going to expect you to get it done. You cannot be helpless and simultaneously be useful to us. If we're going to have an economic foundation, we need individuals who are not helpless. You also need to learn that that is your way of conquering your peace in the world. Let me tell you, for my brothers who I've gotten into CDLs and being truck drivers, let me tell you, very, very few things make you feel more powerful than being behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler. They call it the king of the road for a reason. They call it the king of the road for a reason. There's a tremendous amount of power behind that thing. And if you've been raised to be powerless and they put you behind the wheel of it and you realize you're sitting up higher, harder, heavier, faster than anything else, there ain't a damn thing out there that you couldn't pull or move. Now you've been given real power and real responsibility. You've been given real power and real responsibility. And you have taken your piece of the world. You have become a lord in your own right. You're responsible for something. Which is why I've tried to guide and shepherd many of you through becoming an owner-operator so that you can own something. You see, when you own it and you put your blood, sweat, and years into it, you're going to be very reluctant to let somebody run up and take that from you. You see, your mama never had nothing. But when you sit up here and get something of your own and you see the value of it and how you're able to change the environment around you, what you own, you're going to start taking a sense of pride in that. You're going to stop making excuses. And you know what? You're going to start having a whole lot less patience for other people who make excuses. You won't have it. And then once you have that together, you're going to start getting together with other individuals, which is the next step we're going to have. Right now, we're laying the foundations. But let me say this tonight. To each and every one of you that I have spoken to, particularly those of you who got their CDLs, I ain't giving a damn about the diesel prices out there. I expect for you to adapt and evolve. Transportation of goods ain't going no damn where. But the reason why it's heavier is because you're not organized. First, you have to get capable. Second, you get organized. Did you get that? First, you become excellent and capable. Next, you become organized. You become strong in your own right, and you get together with other individuals who share that capacity and ability to be strong in their own right. Next damn thing you know, we got an army. And not some ragtag, disorganized group of vagrants. You've got an army of skilled and capable individuals. Whoa! Whoa! Wait a damn minute. They didn't just show up with their mouths. They showed up ready to go. They showed up ready to go. You see, that's something they hadn't seen. When they see, hell, just to see black men getting together in any sort of large group, that's one thing. At the beginning of the 20th century, when Samuel Gompers got together and formed the AFL-CIO, he understood you have to be skilled and you have to be organized. Those are the building blocks. You can't just have a large rabble of individuals with complaints. You've got to be skilled, which makes you essential. A skilled employee cannot be replaced easily. That was why the AFL-CIO wasn't just formed by workers. They had to be skilled workers because he understood employers, if the ones who are unskilled, they don't have any leverage because you're not essential. He can replace you in a day. Anybody with strong hands and a strong back can replace you that morning. But skilled individuals, your carpenters, your plumbers, your tradesmen, we took years to learn what we learned. And if those of us who have invested ourselves and taken years to learn, if all we do is get organized and say, you know what, all the folk who are essential, we ain't showing up. We won't be here today. You might be able to carry the lumber up to the job site. Good luck getting it in place. Have you all ever seen a house getting framed? For those of you who've never done construction, for the women here tonight, you all need to learn some respect about this. Have you ever seen a house getting framed? Have you ever seen a house getting framed? Let me tell you, there's a process that goes to that. To the fellows who work construction, there's a process that goes that you have to grade and level the land. You have to grade and level the land, and then you have to go in there. In a lot of cases, they survey it because it needs to be graded and leveled. So when you see them out there with their tripods with the little cameras on it, they're leveling the land and grading the land. We got to find out how far we need to go down. Maybe it needs to be bedrock or whatever. We have to have the firmness of the land. And if we have to bring in more dirt, we got to pack that in because we got to get this firm. We got to get this level. We don't want the house sinking. We want to try to avoid it. Now, that doesn't always work, but we want to try to avoid that. Then you go out there and you lay out the foundation. We bring out the levels for that. You have to have your levels out for that. Now, when I was doing construction, we had liquid levels and then later we had laser levels. So depending on who you're with, depending on the size of the slab and who you're with, you can have that next. That's just to get the foundation, the concrete slab into place. With the boards out there to form the borders of it and frame the borders of the foundation. Then you lay down the concrete. Had many a day, I didn't matter how far away you were from when the cement truck starts pouring down the cement, boy, that stuff splatters in ways you never even see. You just go home later and your pants are a light gray and hardening on you. And that's just to get the foundation together. That's just to do the foundation. Then to frame the house, once we start putting in the wood, the frame of the house, the jack studs, the frame. Boy, we got to level this thing one place to another. Otherwise, it's going to be unstable. And I'm seeing a lot of unstable construction out there lately, by the way. I'm seeing a lot of unstable construction. Now, that's just to build a house. That's just to build a house, just to build one. Take a look at how essential you are in that process. That's not something you learn overnight. That's something you have to be taught, and it takes time. You're not expendable, you're essential. That's what it means to have a skill. Even those of you who have your CDL, that's a skill. It takes skill to be, hell, just to have the presence to know the dimensions of the truck. When you're in the truck long enough, you see the real skill of a truck driver is that he is cognizant of his size in that vehicle. He knows how to swing that corner in a way that he isn't going to take out a damn light pole. A person who's been driving their freaking Honda Accord for 10 damn years, you can't pick them up and drop them in a Peterbilt or a Freightliner or an International or a Volvo commercial and put them behind the wheel of a 53-foot trailer or a 57, God forbid, 62. You can't do that. They don't even have the presence of how long and how much distance there is behind them. All they can see is what's in front of them. They don't even know how to swing the corner in the right way. They don't take out a light pole or a freeway overpass. It ain't like driving your Honda or your Infiniti. It takes time for a reason. You have to get used to that adjustment of knowing what your dimensions are. He's got to have the presence of mind to know how far all the objects around him are. Because his job is to get from point A to point B without running into something. That takes time. That takes time. There's a reason why the more experience you get in truck driving, what gets you money is experience. I always get you all about your endorsements. Endorsements are important, but experience is what gets you the money. Becoming skilled, what I'm trying to say to you is that skill is what makes you essential. And many of you were raised by welfare hoes and you were taught you don't have to do anything. That may work for the females who don't want anything in this world, but let me tell you, one day you are going to meet other people. Some of them will be women. They want something in this world. And if you want to have power, wealth, and influence, you've got to be essential. And you become essential by becoming skilled. And then you can sit among them. When you show skill, you're going to show competence and discipline. I want to see your credit score reflect your CDL or your trade licenses. I want to see your savings account reflect your CDL and your trade licenses. I want to see the people around you reflecting that. You got an 18-wheeler you bought, man, you need to make sure that thing is, I know for y'all it's going to be different. There's a hell of a thing trying to wax that damn thing, but I expect it to be in good order. I expect them chrome wheels to stay shining. I expect them to stay gleaming. That truck represents you, your hopes, your dreams, your ambitions, what you have built for yourself. And I expect it to be the first of many. I expect you to get a mindset of I'm building an empire over here. My mama and my grandparents might have struggled and suffered and bowed and scraped to you gleefully. But I won't be doing that. That's what I want to instill in you. And that is how you inspire other people. That is how you have the young children looking at you. And if their parents are no good and worthless, and if their parents are weak and powerless, and then they see you, we've seen this replete throughout history, Bumpy Johnson, Frank Lucas, you get the damn idea. What changed their lives was when they met black men who didn't have to bow and scrape. They met black men who could stand up to other people, and they said, you know what, I want a piece of that action. I wasn't raised with it, but that's where I want to be. So when you go into the barbershop, the children can see that. They can see manhood. They can see that energy. You don't have to be 6'4". You don't have to have a chiseled jaw. Majesty speaks for its damn self. Majesty speaks for its damn self. And as they get older and they start having to produce on their own, they're going to remember, hey, you know what? Remember this dude named Jason? He used to roll up to the spot. He used to roll up to the spot. That's what he used to do. They'll remember that when they get older. Boy, the wheels was gleaming. The wheels was gleaming on the Tahoe, the Mercedes, whatever, the wheels was gleaming. He wasn't flashy or showy about that, but he was a man about it. He never showed up and said, hey, look at these wheels. It was never ostentatious in that manner. It was an extension of his personality. And then when they see a group of men, you've now conditioned them to expect we should be in a group of men. That's the difference. And just because we haven't had it up to this point, that does not mean that we can't have it now. We can have it now. We can have it now. When you've got focus and you become excellent and you become inexpendable, you become essential. Get organized. And at that point, when people dare to speak against you, when people dare to mock you, just understand they are taking huge risks. You can do that with powerless individuals, but individuals who are not powerless, they're taking risks. Let me be very, very clear to you. I've seen a lot of fools out there. The internet has deceived a good number of people into having a lot of bravado that they otherwise would not have. All that can change in a heartbeat. The white corporate media up until this point has run the yard. It didn't take very much to scare the hell out of them. It didn't take very much. And it won't take very much going forward. But a black male movement that is focused, that is disciplined, that is excellent, and finally that is organized. That's what you do about it. And I do not care where they are. When you meet kindred souls, when you meet somebody who's cut the way you are, when you see them, do not wait on Jason Black. The Black Channel is supposed to be one place among many. Do not wait on me. And by the way, I've seen that. You go on YouTube, there's other black men. They're truck drivers, they're tradesmen, they're CPAs and accountants. I've seen a lot of them. It's not just here. The only place you all are lacking now is you're not organized. When you all start getting serious and organized and dealing with each other on real business, that's what changes things. Trying to lift it by yourself is impossible. Getting together with other people, that's what's going to change things. That's what changes everything. And in that process, I would like to talk to the women today. To the ladies today, you have been raised in a society where you have been taught that the definition of a black woman is a treasonous wench. That's what you've been taught. You've been taught this. She hates her hair. She hates her face. She hates her eyelashes. She can't get her eyebrows to grow. She wants to be anything and everything what she is. She's screwed up. She's schizophrenic. She is temperamental. She lashes out. She is volatile. She is untrustworthy. She is sexually depraved, not even promiscuous anymore. Now we're just out in outright sexual depravity. When I was a child, they were portraying black women as just being a little sexually saucy and loose. By the time we get to the 90s and Lil' Kim, they're hoes. Now in the 2000s, they are trisexual. If it's sexual, they will try it. It used to be you had to worry about a woman's body count with men. Now there's men and women in the group, and Lord knows what else. And as a group, we have lacked a Mary McLeod Bethune or a Coretta Scott King or a Betty Shabazz to corral this rabble. The females have adopted shamelessness as their definition of womanhood, and they do not check, they do not check, they do not check each other. They have adopted the phrase that I created, the sisterhood of failure. And you have the poorest, most miserable, shortest lived women out there as a result. And what they've done is they've made you happy to be the most miserable and shortest lived. And it's getting worse. Now, some people would call that evolution, but I call it unnatural selection. And this is what you get when you have a society that the men are not leading. Patriarchy is not optional. Patriarchy is essential. It is essential. And to the females, either by word or deed, who have rebelled against patriarchy, you are guilty of treason. That is not optional. You're guilty of treason against the people. Now, let us be totally honest. Many of you hate yourselves. You do not like yourself. And you're transforming and transferring that self-hate onto everything else. Can we just be honest? Do you know the real reason why a female goes off and jerks her neck and gets up in a man's face? It's because she doesn't care if she lives or if she dies. A female is supposed to be concerned about life and limb because she is carrying a uterus. She is carrying the ability to have children. She is supposed to be more cautious. She can't go around and get slung around. Her reproductive organs don't really work like that. She can't do all that. She is supposed to be protective of herself, and how you do one thing is how you do all things. So that is why they teach the things that are softer and more dainty and more subtle. They're not supposed to be the first line of defense out here throwing blows. That's not what they're supposed to be, because you see, when a female puts herself in the line of fire, the laws of physics are the laws of physics. A 50-pound bag of cement hits different when you're a female. You're never going to be able to change that. A 50-pound bag of cement hits different when you're a female. There's no debate about it. And when you have a woman putting herself in harm's way in situations where she has absolutely no protection, baby, there's no chivalry here. What she's saying is, I don't care if I live or die. Life sucks for me. And I don't care if I live or if I die. I don't care if I'm in prison for the rest of my life. I don't care if I get my face maimed or marked up. I don't care. I don't need to be protected because you don't see anything of any value to protect. So you keep looking for fights or attempting to instigate fights. You're not worried about not being respected because you don't respect or esteem yourself. Lizzo is a great, big, huge stew of psychoses and self-loathing. If the Joker were a melanated female, he would be Lizzo. Just a ball of self-loathing and self-hate. Lizzo is a walking mockery of herself. She gets in the camera and mocks herself. People, I mean, we've seen it. That's a defense mechanism. You saw that when you were in high school and middle school, when you knew you wasn't built right, and when you knew you kind of looked funny. What do comedians do? They mock themselves. It's an easy target. You throw it out there and mock yourself. Why? Because I'm going to mock me before anybody else can. But it doesn't actually soften the... It's one thing when a comedian does it, they make plenty of money off of it. In the real world, it doesn't soften the blow. That doesn't make you feel great about it. It doesn't. When she goes out here showing her great, big, huge, gigantous, elephant-built, naked rump, that's not funny. She's mocking herself. She's turning herself into a punchline. She can talk about Chris Evans and Michael B. Jordan all she wants to. She knows damn well the only way she's ever going to end up on top of Michael B. Jordan is if she jumps on that Negro from the second story of a building somewhere. That's the only way she's going to ever end up on top of him. And it would be funny if it weren't so damn sad. So the women need manhood and fatherhood. They need structure. They need patriarchy. They need an uber strong black manhood contingent. And most have been doing everything they can to fight against that. That's collaboration. I have sat here and I have watched as single mothers have proliferated at an absolutely cancerous rate. They have worked day and night to turn their sons into the type of weak, effeminate, effete, beta-ized males that they would never want. Boys who are trying to get their hair done. Boys sitting in front of video games for weeks and weeks. Why do you think they grow up and then sit in front of a grown-ass female? They go from playing video games sitting on their mama's couch to going to go find some luckless, deficient female who just wants any old piece of a male, and now he's playing video games sitting on her couch, and she's telling herself, well, some man is better than no man. Bull crap. Nonsense. When a female says, well, if I have a man in the home with me, having a man is better than having none at all, what you're saying is he's your guard dog. You're saying that he's your damn pet. That's what they're saying. Fellas, that's not a compliment when a female says, well, a man being here is better than none. She's calling you her pet. Do you understand that? She's calling you her pet. That's not a compliment, damn it. As men, we are supposed to be respected and revered. We're not supposed to be coddled like pets. And too many emotionally damaged females are out here giving birth at alarming rates. The bottom 20% of the dregs of the males, that's what they're submitting to, and they become that. Let me tell you, there's no honor in that. There's no honor in that. I have had a number of females who have come here through this channel. Some of them have been on this program with me. Some of them made videos. Some of them you know. And they're single mothers, and there's no respect there. I've watched as they've turned their sons into precisely the type of males that they claim that they don't want. I've watched them fight to do so. It has been sickening. It's been gut-wrenching. It's been stomach churning that they see their own sons and they are willfully, deliberately making sure that their sons become deficient. Now, she herself would never want a guy like that. They'll show up in my inbox and I'm like, okay, well, take a look at your son. Take a look at your son. Your values are on display. Who you are is on display. You want somebody better than what you're turning your own son into. You would never want that, and yet you're sending him out into the world to be soft and weak and effete and deficient. That's sick. That is sick. And there are unfortunately too many females who have signed on to that. Yes, I will say it. The majority of females today have signed on to the war on black fatherhood, to the war on black manhood. I said this years ago, brothers, you're not going to be able to look to the females to stop this. At best, you'll see them sitting there with their lips poked out, apathetic, but they won't lift a muscle to stop the others. And at worst, you've got a horde of ovarians who declared open war on you. And they've turned the society into one big giant ass cesspool. The prison industrial complex has no shortage of fodder. And it's their faults, but they'll take no accountability for it. Our job is not to ask for accountability. A man's job is to enforce accountability, not to ask. And that brings me to the women. Ladies, you need a strong black manhood. You need that. It is not optional. It is essential. If you have been a part of the problem, you are to take tonight as your opportunity to repent and dedicate yourself to being the solution. Not a part of it, but to be the solution. Well, Jason, how in the world do I do that? I saw a video years and years ago from Dr. John Henry Clark, and I have to say that in many ways I have to identify with that he said that the children in a home, they need to have a strong black male figure. It is best if they are married. Dr. John Henry Clark was a Southern boy just like me. So I know how he was raised, and I know the amount of courage it took to say that, to say it is best if they are married. Yes, I would absolutely, ideally, I want them to be married. However, it is better for your sons to have frequent exposure to a strong black masculine figure, whether you are married or not, than to have no exposure at all. We have a bunch of boys being raised by a bunch of females who are raising their boys to be hairy girls. Single moms don't raise their boys to be men. They don't have their boys being men. You see, when they do that right there, he's supposed to get up under the hood of the truck, and at the very least, we're going to do the basics here. Hey, this is how you take out a battery. This is how you replace the air filters. For my nephews and my nieces. And occasionally, if I run into other kids or something like that, it's rare. But if I do, hey, I want you to take a look at this. You need to feel this. These are hard things. Yeah, this isn't a damn game controller. This isn't virtual reality. This is the real damn world. You damn right. It's hot out here. The sun. Ooh, boy, I'm sweating. Yes, you have sweat glands. 160,000 years of evolution. Yes, sir. That's why you have sweat glands. Absolutely. It's not air conditioned out here. It certainly isn't. You know why? Because if you have a flat tire on the damn freeway on I-20 in Alabama, guess what? It ain't air conditioned out there either. And I'm from a place in Louisiana, you can't really wait till it cools down. Like if you have a flat tire in July or August, and in many cases in September in Louisiana, you have a flat tire on the freeway, you can't wait until it gets cool to do that. Why not, Jason? Because it don't get cool till 9 o'clock at night. I'm from a place where it stays 82, 83 degrees until 9 o'clock at night in the summertime. And it's a damn near 100% humidity. Oh no, we got to get out here and make it pop off. We got 15 minutes to change this damn tire. And it better not take us 15. We brought a bottle of water with me. Let me hurry up and get this thing jacked up and get these lugs off and get it switched out. You can't wait until it gets comfortable. Let me be dainty. Don't want to chip a nail. Don't want to sweat. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Boy, if you don't get your ass out here and get this thing jacked up. If you don't get out here and get this damn thing jacked up. I want to send a recognition here to the stepfathers out there. To the stepfathers out there, boy, I don't know what the hell led you to do it, but in any case, I want to send a special recognition to you who have tried, and you are dealing with ungrateful women, ungrateful children. You have done far better for them than they ever did for themselves. You walked into a situation and you got caught up with that. I guess in many ways I'm not a stepfather. I'm a surrogate father. I never asked for it. I never expected it. I never looked forward to it. It makes me a little bit uncomfortable, to be totally honest with you. But you've tried to do your part, and I understand you're not here to save the world. I'm not really sure what your motives might have been. But for those of you who have tried to do that, I applaud you. I applaud you for that. In a world that is very, very ungrateful to you, under circumstances that are very, very ungrateful to you, that you have met these self-destructive and in many cases venomous, blood-sucking individuals that's been very, very ungrateful to you. I understand that. I understand that. And it's time that people started respecting that. It's time that they started respecting that. I've said this not because it is easy, but because it is difficult. And I respect people who take on things that are difficult, not things that are silly, but things that are not easy. I respect that. I respect you for caring. I respect you for taking a part in that. I respect you for not being an abusive stepfather. I respect you for that. And there's another thing right there. Men are not supposed to be easy. The women of today have had a practice where they weaken their sons and coddle their sons because they know there's not really a man out there who wants to stick with her. So she wants the son to remain weak because, well, I need him to make sure he's going to stick around me. No, ma'am. You need your son to get the hell away from you so you can get some act right. You are either going to become a woman that men wish to be around, or you are going to die by yourself and work until you die. That is the way it is supposed to be. You can't give birth to a husband. It's the men's job to make sure that we get his ass straight. Hey, man, cut the damn umbilical cord. You're 30 years old. Let your mama swim on her own. If she's a disciplinary problem, she needs to be set out to sea. It's not your job to save her from that. If she gave birth to you, there was a man in the picture. Her job is to fix that. Not to get you to say, okay, well, I'll be the substitute. No, you won't. No, you won't. Ladies, if you want to know why it is that you are green with envy and furiously jealous of your non-black counterparts, it is because in most of their cases, they have men who have a code. And those men are holding their sons to that code. And that code expects results. There's a reason why you have 80% of the females trying to dogpile 20% of the men. And of those 20% of the men, only about 10% of those are what they really want. Those are the producers. Those are the disciplined. But many of you want to try to exploit that. And the truth of the matter is you don't qualify for that 10%. It's time to start respecting what you actually qualify for. And not from some exploitative standpoint. You need men who are driven. You need men who are focused. Men are not supposed to be easy. Men are not supposed to be easy. That man in your home is not supposed to be one of the damn girls. You're a female suffering from severe emotional issues when you expect a man to act like a girl. He's not supposed to be soft and easy to deal with. You are the female lion. He's the male. You're the female shark. He's the male. He's not supposed to be walking around there and this, that, and the other. The children are supposed, let me go ahead and remind you all about this. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. The root of respect is fear. If there is no fear, if there's not an element of fear, there's no respect there. And I don't mean fear as in terror. I mean fear as in fire. I mean fear as in electricity. I mean fear as in a swimming pool. That you understand there's a certain way you deal with this thing over here. You don't deal with fire however you want to. You deal with fire within the parameters that fire has set. You don't deal with a swimming pool the way you want to. You deal with a swimming pool within the parameters that the swimming pool is set. You don't deal with electricity the way you want to. You deal with electricity, with heavy objects, with hot objects and lava. You deal with it within the parameters that it has set. You don't sit up here and fool around with it. I ain't your damn toy. I'm electricity. I'm water. I'm heavy machinery. I'm fire. I'm not your toy. Your mother does the coddling, and there are too many emotionally broken females who want their children to be their damn toys. Grown women discussing their children as if they're toys. This is sick. You need a man who doesn't see life as a damn game. Do you know why most females today are sitting with a dude who is unemployed, broke down? Yeah, but you've been laying up with him for 5, 6, 7 years. Yeah, that's what you get when you get a toy. When you get someone who is serious, you want someone who's easily psychologically and emotionally dominated. He'll be my little pet. Pets don't produce. So you get a pet, and I keep my little pet, and this is how you're all growing up. Broke, destitute, penniless, broken down. Everywhere you're going now, it doesn't matter whether it's Walmart or your hospitals, you're seeing older and older black females working there. The workforce is getting older. Guess what? You will not be able to retire. You will not be able to retire. You need men who are difficult. You need men who are rigid. You need men who are firm in their convictions. You need men who are serious-minded. You need a man who doesn't break under things. You don't need a man who's sitting here to pander to your fragile, stupid, sick, bloated ego. You need a man who is built. He's not there to be liked. That's what got your ass pregnant in the first place. You chose a clown that you liked. And the guy that you like is never going to be serious. The one you respect is going to be like, yeah, we don't have no bastard kids around here. We don't do that. I don't do that. I'm building something over here. The man that you will respect is not going to be led by you. The man that you respect is not going to be led by you. He is never going to get up in the morning looking for you to tell him what the agenda will be. It's not going to happen. The man who will produce, the man who will give you a better life, the man who you will be proud of, the man who will raise your status, the man who is going to give you a good look, the man who is going to upgrade you. It ain't going to be Stevie Ray and this garbage you all sit around here in your crazy ass minds watching on TV. It is going to be the man who has a mission of his own. He cuts his own path. He holds himself to a standard. He gets results, and he is sick to death if he doesn't get them, and he gets up every single morning and goes right back to it again. He is relentless. He is unbreakable. He is unstoppable. And that's what you need, not what you want. That's what you need. You don't know Idris Elba. You don't know a damn thing about him. You don't know if he's serious. You don't know if he's soft. You don't know if he's disciplined. All you know is he made it in Hollywood. Okay, that's all you know. That's fantasy. You need to start respecting the real damn thing. You need to have respect for the real damn thing. And this open contempt for men who did nothing to you. And the society that tells you, oh, it's okay, you can just sit up here and all of your mental and emotional psychoses, you can just visit that on everybody else. No, this war on black manhood is stopping. But understand something, fellas, it will only stop under one circumstance: demanding it. They're not going to give it to you. You must demand it. You must demand it. And what that means is that we are going to have to come together as men, but first and foremost, you must do it between your own ears. You are going to have to sit down, whether you look in a mirror or not, and you're going to have to say, I am going to be the ultimate, not the best, but the ultimate version of myself. I am going to become someone I am proud of when I look in that mirror. Even if you don't necessarily have an archetype, you have seen enough to understand what it is, mentally, physically, emotionally, academically. All these deficiencies that were never built, you are to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to start. Well, where can I start at? You can start with something as simple as what time you get up in the damn morning. The military, the reason why militaries over the course of centuries have been able to build men is because the first thing they do is they give you structure and a purpose. The first thing they do is they get your ass up at 5 o'clock in the morning, whether anything else is going on. Okay, what can we do? Well, what you can do, nigga, you can drop and give me 50. We don't have anything else to do today. We cleaned up all the trucks. We got all the guns. You can drop and give us 50. I'm doing push-ups. Yeah, with physical fitness. Are we fighting somebody today? No, but just in case the thing pop off, you gonna be ready. Drop and give me 50, and when you get done with that, we're gonna do jumping jacks, and when you get done with that, we're gonna run 2 miles. Whether anything happens today or not, you know when it does pop off, you are already ready. You're already gonna be ready. That is gonna be your routine. And you're not doing it to impress anybody. You're doing it because it is who you are. And hopefully how you do one thing becomes how you do all things. But it starts by you holding yourself to a standard. It starts by you making practices every day that serve you and your interests. So you can start with something as simple as the time you get up and what you do after you do that. Do not get up and pick up your damn cell phone and start surfing TikTok and Instagram. There's nothing about it. You get up in the morning, the first thing you start doing is looking for a distraction. Hell no, you start looking to get centered in the world. That is it. That is all. And those are the men that you're looking for. There's supposed to be an itinerary and an agenda on the map when you get up. And that's new to a lot of you. But they've been able to successfully wage a war on Black Fatherhood because too many don't have that. And I understand that you were raised without that, but I also understand that you have a survival instinct. You have a survival instinct. And that is to speak more than anything. And I don't care whether your father, your mother, your grandfather, your grandmother, your auntie, your sister, your auntie, your uncle, your school teacher, the nun down at the church. If any of them are standing in the way of that, they have to be removed. That is the obligation you owe to your ancestors and your heirs. That has to be removed. You owe that to them. And you owe that to yourself. You owe that to them, but you also owe that to yourself. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. Before I do, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. Either on PayPal or CashApp. I want to thank you all. But I want to send a special thanks to the men, not that I'm disrespecting the ladies here. I want to send a special thanks to the men in that regard, because I understand that these things are not easy. I understand that it's very, very easy to get caught up in what everybody else is doing. I understand that it's very, very easy to get focused on what everyone else is doing. I understand that it's very, very easy to give up and give in and be by yourself and just say, I'm going to do me. Fellas, it ain't going to work that way. We're either all going to stick together or all going to hang together. That's what it's going to be. There is nobody out there anywhere is trying to create some special enclave for black men. Ain't nobody doing that. Every time some Negro goes off and tries to find Becky land, he tries to go find Becky land or Maria land somewhere, and it always goes left. It can't do anything but go left. You know why? Because those men over there, you might be cool with one or two of the females over there, but the men over there don't fool with you like that. And reality is always going to come back into view. Stop with the damn escapism. The people who understand your experience and have lived that with you and have a vested interest in that with you, that's the only way it's going to go. And to the women, you need this more than anybody. You need this more than anybody. When those Asians were sitting up there beating on those black women in New York, it was black men who rolled up. It was black men who rolled up on the spot. It was black men who did that. And unfortunately, it was the black women who went right back to the same place again. Folks, that's called an emotional sickness. When there's a place that's sat up here and has done danced the damn Macarena on your ass, and then the men have shown up and said, hey, we ain't having it, and the females show up the very next day, oh, don't worry, we cool with it. That's sickness. Females in droves, they were lined up around the block. That's sickness. That's self-hate. That is self-loathing. When even the men cannot tell you to have a regard for yourself, that's self-loathing. And we are not wrong to point that out and to say, hey, that's self-hate. That's off code as hell. But brothers, we will not have a code that we cannot enforce. There is no code that you cannot enforce. Getting organized is the key to enforcing it. Getting capable and organized is the key to stopping the widespread disrespect. That's the way you do it. So I'd like to thank all of you who support tonight's program, and thank you to the ladies as well, but especially to the fellas, because it's important. It's important to see that you care about that. We're going to take a very brief non-commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about this and more. This is The Black Channel.
Hey, I'm Marcus. For a while, I walked around with this empty feeling inside. I had a full-time job, but not in the field I wanted to be in. But then I came across this book where it was like, the title was just for me. Guide to Being Black in IT. I read the book and the author took me through scenarios and gave me tips. I sat down and read it and it only took an hour. After I got done, I took advice in the book, practiced in the labs, and got certified. Then I literally got up and applied for a position with this company I've been looking at for a while and got the job. Thanks to that book, I worked my job with confidence. If you're looking to get into IT or even in the field, now this is a must-read book. Go to www.beingblackinit.com.
I am black first. I am empowered. I am on code. I am motivated. I am a proud foundational. My name is Maria Sellers, and nothing will come between us. Buy the sci-fi novel, Nothing Will Come Between Us. Order today at Amazon and Google Play. Visit spiritofo1811publishing.com. Our story, our family.
Join SixZeros.net, a forum built to discuss all things relevant to Black people. On our form, a check doesn't mean you're famous. It means your blackness has been verified by our staff.
Sorry, Chad.
We also have premium merchandise with same-day shipping on most orders. And when you're ready for some dope content, check out the 0 Hour blog. Don't just sign up, post. I'm having a really good time with you tonight.
I'm having a good time with you too.
Want to go somewhere private? Just for us?
I like that.
Great. Meet me at 6zeros.net. Black owned, black operated.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
Are you tired of being overcharged and forced into paying a monthly subscription for your Mac and Windows software? Well, if you are, currently we're having a 50% off discount on all the latest Mac and Windows software, such as AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Photoshop, Microsoft Office, and much more. Our 50% off discount will be ending soon, so be sure to text us NEED SOFTWARE to 323-407-8214. That's 323-407-8214. We aim to please, so expect 24/7 technical support, the latest premium software, instant software links delivered to your email, and PayPal's buyer's protection guarantee.
When you need a reliable influx of capital to grow your business, Spectre Capital Finance provides fast, individualized working capital loans with lines of credit to take your business to the next level. SpectreCapitalFinance.com.
This is the Black Channel. I'm the Black Authority, and you are listening live to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the foundation of intelligent black thought. I want to say here tonight that I do not believe, I have said this a decade ago, and I am more certain of it today than I have ever been. Remember, a decade ago, would you have ever have thought that it would be the young people? Did you ever think it would be the young people who would take to the streets and ignite something that you hadn't seen since the young people of the civil rights era of the 1960s? Did you ever think you would see that in the 21st century with their cell phones and their TikTok and their Instagram and everything else? And yet there they were. There they are. It was a glorious sight to see, and I said it over a decade ago that folk asked me, Jason, how can you keep doing this with everything you see out there and whatnot? You see the foolery and the buffoonery and the coonery, and what motivates you to keep going? And my answer was because I do not believe that our best days are behind us. I still believe our best days are in front of us. And they got out there and proved that. Black manhood is not dead. It is under assault, it is assailed, but then again, it always has been. But black manhood is not dead. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Anyone writing our eulogy or chiseling out our epitaph is going to have a big-ass disappointment in front of them. It might be what you want, but it's not what you're going to get. And you might be able to grab a few luckless stragglers, but let's be very, very clear. You are ultimately going to fail. And black womanhood is not dead either. But black womanhood is going to have to refine itself And it will not be done by the white corporate media or any of its black female flunkies, lackeys, and self-hating operatives. It is going to start here. It's going to start with us. I expect the men to be excellent because you are what incentivizes the women. And I expect the women to be excellent because you are what ultimately rewards the men. The two go hand in hand. They are not opposed to each other. But I'm going to give you an opportunity here. And by the way, what I really like to do here, I do something that most other programs don't do. A lot of programs on the internet, what they demand to do is they want to talk to the women. I want to talk to the women. Hey, can we get some women up in here? No, I want to talk to the men. I want to talk to the men. I want to speak to the men. I'd like the men to call in here. Please don't be long-winded. But I'd like to talk to the men here tonight. We need to talk to each other. You see, this idea that we can't get together or agree on something unless there's some females around, that's got to go. We have to be able to do this on our own. We have to be able to talk on our own. We have to get together with each other, close the damn door and say, okay, ladies, we'll talk to y'all when we get done. We in here handling business. We're in here handling business, and that includes the agenda. We are in here handling the agenda. So I'd like to open the phone lines, and everyone is welcome to call tonight, including the women, by the way. And if you've been instructed by my mods to call male or female, you need to be on the line, or you'll be on the line, or you will be banned. But I want you to give us a phone call. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the blackest radio program in existence. Let's go ahead and open up the telephone lines here. Let me get caller from area code 770. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason, this is Gary out of Atlanta. Long time caller, long time listener. I was here when you would have only 100 watches in here. It's been a long time since I called in, but I always listen in. And I want to say thank you, brother. You always stayed on code. You always stayed real and always vigilant in what you believe in and where you see we need to go. And I just wanted to give you flowers, you know what I'm saying, brother. But I think I'm ex-military. I worked in the oil fields. I did damn near every dangerous job there is except for being out on a boat fishing. But I think where I see our brothers need to go is become greater than you are, which you're always preaching to us. Become the best that you could possibly be, regardless of what is said to us or what's done to us. And that's what we need to be, you know. And the sisters need to recognize that a father is important. He's important to the family. He's important to the household. He's important to all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And as ex-military, I was in the U.S. Navy. You know, I did 9 years in the Navy. And the first thing of warfare is to break the women and children so they don't believe in the men. You see that. You see that with Afghanistan. You see what they're doing over there. They're breaking the women and children down so they won't believe in their causes, regardless if it's right or wrong or how you view it. But that's their people. So if you're with us, if you are our women and you want our children to be great, then you will follow your men. You will follow them to the ends of the earth. And that's how it's supposed to be. So whatever woman is listening to this on Father's Day, you need to follow your men. You need to follow the correct men, though. Not men that's not doing nothing. Not men that don't have no ambition. Not men that don't see a future or don't have the strength to make a future happen. You need to follow the correct men. And Brother Jason is one of those men. And I'm one of those men. And there's many men listening in here out of the 4,000 people. So that's all I have to say. I love you, brother, and I always will support you. And I hope that great callers call in behind me, and I'm glad that I'm one of the first. I love you, Jason.
Thank you very much, brother. I'm glad to hear from you here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 612. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jason, this is Jeff Martin from Minneapolis.
Jeff from Minneapolis, what's on your mind? Okay, turn off. Okay, folks, if you're calling in tonight, turn off your speakers and everything. I got me going on behind you, brother. I'll get back to you here in a minute. Everybody, I want the black men to start demonstrating that they got some discipline here tonight. The only thing you need to be listening to is on Blog Talk. If you got the speakers playing behind you, let's get it together. We don't need everything else going on. Let me get called from area code 201. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Fuck you, deadbeat nigger piece of shit. Fuck you, deadbeat. Death to all you motherfuckers. Fuck you, bitch. Praise to Dylan Roof, bitch. You heard what I said.
Well, mental and emotional issues are very much a thing there. I think that's Leopold. And by the way, we're not worried about him either, by the way. That doesn't bother us any, so... Definitely, if anybody is able to help him with that, that would be nice. That'd be nice. Let me get caller from area code 919. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Chris calling out of Brooklyn.
Chris out of Brooklyn?
Jason spot on with salient.
What's on your mind?
Again, Jason spot on with salient points. This was, to me, the best broadcast ever because you're absolutely right. We need each other, black men and black women. There's not one without the other. And basically being on code at the end of the day. And I concur with what the brother said earlier. At the end of the day, follow the right men who have a plan, who put it in motion, who follow through, and who can give you a timeline and show you what they are doing. Everything that you said typifies greatness. Everything that you said is basically what we should be emulating each and every day and striving. If you fall down, get the fuck back up. Thank you, and be one.
As always, thank you very much. Black first, as always. Let me get called from area code 424. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from area code 424 is asleep. Let me try caller from area code 612 again. Let's see if we have it together here. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Jeff Martin out of Minneapolis.
Jeff out of Minneapolis, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is everything you're saying is correct, as usual, okay? And let me tell you something. What I notice is that this war against the black man and the black father is really being waged using the money, okay? They're using the money, and they're using the LGBTQ Skittles crowd, right? What they're doing is they're putting the money first and making the women chase the money and turning the women against the men by making them believe they're stronger than us and smarter than us because they have more money and they don't need us. And what it's doing is pushing us into this belief that we aren't worthy. We aren't worthy of being the head of a household and the head of our own community. So, I just wanted to point that out. I noticed we went to this little concert today, and it was supposed to be black-centric, but I noticed it was all women and a lot of LGBTQ type of people up in there. And so I just, I felt disgusted, had to leave. I'm like, man, this is who they think this. They try to put these people in front of our community as the face of the black community, the women, all that short hair, all that type of stuff. And so I just wanted to point that out. I hear you talking, you cooking tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and let you get back to cooking, Good. Have a good day, B1.
Black first, as always. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 928. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, this is Gene. I'm calling from Miami. I called yesterday, and I was disconnected.
Well, Gene, you called yesterday. If you got disconnected, it's probably because you didn't answer. So what's on your mind tonight?
Okay. You said that there's the future. You said the future of the progression of black people is younger people.
Yeah, Gene. Now we're doing something. Did you just tune in to tonight's program?
Yes.
Okay. Call us next week. You're late. Call from area code 2 nights in a row. Gene, get your life together. Call from area code 803. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Wake up.
Hi, my name is
pipe down.
Go ahead. All right. My name is Leroy Livingston. I'm calling from Greensboro, North Carolina. And I'll have to say that I've been a long-time listener. Your program is always on point and everything. We need the Black Father. We need him 110%. My father, may he rest in peace, led by example. He had 12 kids. He only had eighth grade education, and he was the standard that all of us looked up to. When he passed away, everything fell apart, but we remember his words, and his words guide us. So we need the Black Father. Don't let no one ever tell us in this community that we do not need the Black Father. The Black Father is essential in everything. All right? Be one.
Black first, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 713. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
CJ from
Okay. Folks, if you're on the phone and whatnot, if you're across the room or whatever, you need to be in front of your phones here. We can't wait around all night for you. Caller from area code 786. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Rashad calling out of East Oakland by way of Miami, Florida.
Rashad out of East Oakland. What's on your mind?
Yes, everything you say is on point. Like as usual, one thing I always like listening to you is your strong diction and stuff like that. But one thing that's important that you just said is getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning every day and do something. And last but least, I'm an electrician, so I'm waiting on you to have the all trades construction all trades construction thing or seminar, and that's it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from area code 561. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Mr. Black. My name is Chance Anington Schreiner. I'm calling by way of York, Pennsylvania, and I live in Loxahatchee, Florida. I've been doing the trucker thing, like you said, and I've been driving with the company Warner, I think, for 13 or 15 months now. I know you said to drive for, I think it was 19 or 18 months, but this company is so bad, I want to leave to another company right now. Should I leave now, or should I wait until after 18, 19 months?
Well, I'm not really sure what makes them bad, but definitely in these circumstances here, give us a call back next week and we'll discuss that.
They're paying really bad.
Well, there might be an experience issue. I'm not sure, but we're discussing a little bit something different tonight, so give me a call back next week and we'll see about discussing it. Let me get caller from area code 571. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Black Ty from Stafford, Virginia.
All right, Black Ty from Stafford. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Father's Day is a special day for me because when my parents divorced when I was like 9 years old, my father actually took custody of me and he raised me. My mother, she kind of like drifted across the country or whatever, reunited with me when I was 27, and I had my own son at the time. Me and his mother divorced at 3. When he was 3, I got custody of him. I raised him. Right now, he's in the military in IT. And what I want to say is basically, fathers are essential. We got to stand up. We got to be there for the kid and point the direction. Because if we don't point the direction, they're going to be aimless, or they're going to find somebody who's going to point them astray. So they need focus. They need a present male who has their best interests in hand. My kids don't ask me for nothing because I prepared them before they left so that they can succeed in spite of environment. We discuss investments on a weekly basis. We talk basically every day. We have excellent relationship. And, I got a 9-year-old now. I'm building that relationship with him. Me and his mom is still together. But at the same time, it's important for him to see a present man and male who's going to act responsibly in spite of situations, relationships, ups and downs. His consistency he got to look at me to see how to be consistent in his relationship, and also he saw my relationship with my oldest son's mother that was divorced, and me and her, I went to her wedding because she got remarried. We didn't have that kind of friction type situation. You know what I'm saying? My wife came with me, and we built a family because regardless of whatever, we're connected. We're a family.
Well, certainly
And
having the
I
lead
respect
on
her
that is
husband.
important. If your son sees your example, I think for himself personally, I think that's the most important thing, because if your children do not have a direction, if they don't have a use, the world is either going to use them or misuse them. That's the bottom line. They won't actually be left
Absolutely.
alone. They're either going to be used or they're going to be misused. And it's the parent's job to make sure that they don't get misused. As the great Bernie Mac said, you don't have to respect me, but you're not going to disrespect me. But somebody has to teach you that. That's not something you just grow up with. Somebody's got to teach you that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 919. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing? My name is Iron Man. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, Iron Man from Raleigh. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I think Black fathers are very essential, even though we seem to be systematically pushed out the family unit, primarily, from my experience, by the $60 billion industry family court, who uses information and false allegations to pretty much separate men, not even only black men, just all men, period, just separate men from children. And it has to do a lot with, it seems, money. Like, the source of it is money. And you got these women out here that pretty much sell you out for a couple $100 on a work first check. So it's the government, and it's like just women's cooperation with it. It's like they're working in cahoots with each other to undermine men, period. Like,
Well, let me ask you a question, brother. How old are you?
Yes, sir. 35.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Oh, man, yeah.
How many?
6.
By how many different
6.
women?
2.
Okay. Do they live in Raleigh?
My last 3 kids are in Raleigh, and my other 3 kids was pretty much taken from me from family court by my sister, actually.
They were taken from you. They were taken from you in family court by your sister.
Yeah, she can't have kids, so you know how that goes.
Okay. How did your sister, quote, take your children? Because I've got plenty of single fathers. I have plenty of single fathers I know, and nobody's been able to take their children. So how did you end up in a circumstance where your children got taken from you?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's just weird allegations. But yeah, it started when I was a single father, and I had 3 of the kids. And then when it came time for me to, they're getting out of school for summertime, and I had to continue working because I couldn't really afford to take off from work. I told my sister, can you, let my kids visit you for the summertime, some fun time stuff. Okay. I got a lot of memories as a child.
Sir, I asked you a question that you actually did not answer. I said you said you had children by 2 different women. I asked you, were they both from Raleigh? You said one's from Raleigh, and then you break out into a story. Where's the other one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the other one is from, my other kids are from Raleigh, but they was taken to see out, like, Washington.
No, sir. No. The mother of your first litter of children.
Oh, no, she ain't. She's from Raleigh, but she don't live in Raleigh no more, no.
Okay, so you were with her when she was in Raleigh?
Yeah. Then we broke up, and she moved to D.C., and I had the kids with me.
How old were you when you had your first child, sir?
Oh, man, 21.
Okay, 21. And then right after that, you had 5 more children after all this time. Do you think there's a problem with that, sir?
Probably so, yeah. I mean,
probably. Now, he doesn't say definitely. You don't think this shows a complete lack of discipline and points to degenerate behavior. You don't think that's what it shows?
Well, at the time I was 21, so I was kind of young at the time.
How old is your youngest child, sir?
10 months.
I think you were saying something about at the time I was 21.
Yeah, when I first had my child.
How old are you now, sir?
35.
I think you were just saying something about I was 21 when I was being a degenerate. And yet your youngest child is 10 your youngest child is 10 months old.
Yeah.
So this isn't old behavior, and this isn't because I was 21, sir. This is your life.
Yeah.
Where's your mother?
Well, that's another one. She's dead, actually.
Was your mom on the pipe?
She just died. Hell no. She was a Muslim.
Your mother was a Muslim. She
Muslim.
wasn't a very good one because I'm looking at what she raised. Where was your father?
That's what the problem was. He died when I was 12. If I had my dad alive, that'd be a whole lot different, bro.
Okay, well, if you were 12 years old with your mom, then your formative years, she was there for that, sir.
Can you say that one more time?
If your mother died when you were 12, then she was there for your most important formative years.
My pop died when I was 12. My mom died in 2012.
Okay. Then you had your mother. It doesn't sound like your mom was. It sounds like your mom was the problem, sir, not your dad.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think my mom.
That wasn't what you said. You said, well, my mom. When I asked, where's your dad? You said, yeah, that was the problem. It sounds like your mom was the problem.
I'm talking fast because I'm from Philly. I talk real fast. No, my dad was not the problem. I'm sorry if I misquoted that. I really think it was my mom, bro.
Right.
To be honest, because she really didn't teach much. It's nothing. Really.
It sounds like your mama was a hoe and a slut and on the pipe. That's what it sounds like.
That's actually hilarious. No, she was pro-black.
Okay, you keep saying pro-black, but sir, you keep saying pro-black, but I'm looking at the fruit of her tree. And you're raggedy on every level. So you were taught this and cultivated and conditioned to be in this wretched condition. You're out here fathering children like some maggot leaving larva. You have no legacy. Your sister was literally able to take your children from you. That's the very definition of a dominated male.
You're probably right. That's why.
Okay, so that's not probably. You keep saying the word probably. That's not probably, sir. That's like saying the sun is probably going to rise tomorrow. No, sir. That's not a probably. It's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Well, I'm still in the figuring out kind of stage. That's why I keep saying probably. So I'm still trying to figure shit out.
35.
At 35. Yes, I can admit that.
Sir, when was the last time you used any sort of narcotic? Marijuana, anything like that?
Do you count alcohol? Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know.
Yes.
As far as weed, I stopped smoking weed when I got out of jail, but I still drink.
When did you get out of jail, sir?
2016.
How many times?
October.
How many times have you been to jail, sir?
Man, it was just one time, man.
How long?
It was a felony.
How long were you there, sir?
Like 6 years.
Okay. A felony for what? A felony for what, sir?
Larceny. Pretty much, yeah, larceny. Stupid stuff.
Sir, do you understand that you are victimizing your own children? Do you understand that?
But if you can break it down to me, yeah.
Okay, so the fact that your children, the fact that you were messing up so badly and your home life was in such disarray that the court saw fit to give custody of your children to your sister, not even the woman you had them with, that tells me that their mama is no good, their dad is no good. You're victimizing babies.
Well, I mean, if she would have told the court, yo, this dude kind of broke, he need help with his kids. It would have been kind of like the truth, and I could have agreed with that. But she was saying stuff like, I was trying to my kids. And,
sir, you do not, nothing like that happens to you by accident, sir. And what I'm saying is, sir,
false allegations.
Sir,
yeah,
it's not false, sir. It's not false allegations, and you got 6 kids by 2 different women. Clearly, you don't care where your genetic material goes. And black women,
like
by the way, are both of these women black?
Of course,
Of course, yeah.
Who else will have kids? Yeah, because who else will have kids with me? There has to be another black person.
Yeah. I want the women out there, before you all try to say anything, just understand, this is that bottom-feeding, scum-sucking 20%. And he's got 6 kids. 6. Not 1, not 2. 6 by 2 different women. And you all have the nerve to open up your mouths and talk about black men and what they need to do. The black women need to get together and have a great big powwow and discuss why they're screwed up. Because this guy right here, the only place he should be putting his sexual genitalia is in a snow cone cup. It shouldn't be in another person. And the females, there's plenty of clowns like this running around out there. And the females have no problem getting pregnant by a degenerate. Sir, what do you do for a living?
A street vendor. Hot dogs, pretty much.
You have 6 children. When's the last time you saw all 6 of them?
Well, I still got 3 that live in my house. The other 3, my sister took them.
Okay, sir. So in other words, you're not a father.
Not to all of them, no.
Yeah, you don't see that. You don't see that as a problem, buckwheat.
Yeah, because the court system just.
Sir, the court system, my ass. You had 3 children. Why was your priority not regaining custody of your 3 children? Why did you go off and go have 3 more, like a hoe?
Well, when my kids got took, my other girl was already pregnant with it. But
yeah.
3 more.
Yeah, why was your priority not regaining custody of your children, sir?
I ain't know how to do that. I really don't.
Yeah, but he knows how to get weed and alcohol. Now he knows how to do that. Now that he can do.
I ain't want to be with that.
He don't know how to get custody of his children back. And the truth of the matter is, he doesn't want custody. He doesn't want custody of them back.
Yeah, I really do want custody, but I had a lawyer tell me, man, it's gonna cost me like $86,000 just for a retainer fee.
No lawyer told you it was going to be $86,000 for a retainer. You lying sack of rotten potatoes. Nobody told you that.
Mother.
Sir, your mama ain't worth a damn, and neither are you, so swearing on her doesn't mean anything to me. You are lying through your ugly, degenerate, dusty, grimy ass.
I got a lot to do in the radio. I ain't really got to lie about that. I'll lie about something bigger than me. That's nothing to lie about. Okay. It's been so long.
The reason why I want you to understand is black women, I want you all to understand there's so many of you out here that you all keep steering yourselves towards this. He shouldn't have 1 child, much less 6. So before you all open up your mouths to say anything about how black men regard you, this is how you regard yourselves, to the point that we've got an epidemic of grimy, dusty skibos and debos like this. And those children are the ones being harmed, and we don't have enough stand-up black women who refuse to make their bodies available to a degenerate like this, because there's plenty of others out there. A bunch of raggedy, busted down single moms with and not just that, narcissistic on top of it. And this is what we have.
could take all
Sir,
the stuff you said about
sir,
broken down.
Sir, hang up, sir,
man.
hang up the phone. You're an embarrassment.
I called up trying to learn something. I guess you just have
Okay,
shit talking.
here's what you
Okay.
need to learn. You
I mean, I
need
listen to you
to,
all the
sir,
time, but-
here's what you need to learn. You need to
All
learn
right,
to
thank you. I'm
get off the drugs. You need to learn to have some damn respect for yourself as an individual. You need to learn to have some regard for your kids. You need to learn humanity is what you need to learn. You need to learn
Can you repeat the
that.
last thing? Can you repeat the last thing?
There are a bunch of females out here, and y'all will sit up here and lay up with them all over again. Don't expect black men to respect you when we see a bunch of guys like this with litters of children. As black women, what you can do on Father's Day is be quiet and be introspective about some of the sins you've committed and the crimes you are committing against children. He's not the only one. There's a gang of women who aided and abetted him in this. From his mother on, probably his grandmother, his mother, and on down, there were a gang of females who aided and abetted him in this, and they formed a sisterhood of violating and victimizing babies. I don't laugh about that kind of thing. That's not funny to me. I want you all to understand, that's not funny to me. That's not humorous to me. There are babies out here. These are little children. They never even had a damn chance. And there's a bunch of damny, grimy gutter hoes out here blowing out children by the load and do not give a damn what happens to them. And if a man of some value does come along, they're running in the other way and fighting him. Hell no, we need to have a full-blown civil war about this. You damn right. Who the hell is gonna march with me and sharpen their blades and raise their shields to defend these babies? Who's going to do that? Who is going to say that we have zero tolerance for victimizing little babies? The folks out here having the children don't give a damn, and the people who give a damn don't have the children. The world is screwed up right now. Who in the hell is gonna march and go to war for the good of these babies? So many of you hate yourselves. You hate yourselves, and the babies are a miniature reproduction of you, and all you can think is, damn them. What you really mean is, I hate me. I hate me. And you see the children as a way of vicariously tormenting yourself. This is cowardice at the basest level. And I want to know who wants to march for these children. Because a society that refuses to protect its babies is a society that does not deserve to live. Not even one more day. We need individuals who are fiercely defensive of the children. We need individuals who are ravenously defensive of the children. Shout out to B1 Beauty Supply and everyone else who understands that. We need a society of lions and lionesses for the children. Not about blowing out some damn kids. It's about individuals who love their babies and have a plan in place, and they're only going to make sure that their children are all right and are good. Your children ain't all right and good being raised by dusty damn simp over here. Because you're a woman who has degenerate sexual tendencies. And somebody sensible doesn't excite you. Let me be very, very clear. If you're a female and a sensible male doesn't excite you and doesn't attract you, you're sick. If you're bestowing fatherhood on a guy like that, a sensible male don't do nothing for you, You're sick. You are ill. You are sick and degenerate. If that's what you gravitate to, you're sick. Caller from area code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Triple T, B1. Listen, you want me to be short, I'll do the best I can. I don't know why. Okay, the rollers are checking on the neighbors, I guess. Anyway, my wife is a woman who survived the last race wars in the high schools of Chicago, over there where King caught that break. She made one mistake before I met her, and I consider myself fortunate that I chose her. So 30 years later, that kid of hers, the first time we were coming home from grocery shopping, I said, grab that milk. She was like, he can't carry that. I was like, if he's going to drink it, he's going to carry it. Fast forward a little, he was so thin, I hugged him one day and made a comment. His response to it over the next few years was to go from the bird chest to almost the Incredible Hulk. Now, I've made a lot of mistakes, as we all have made a lot of mistakes, but I do not make the mistake now of not doing what Triple T stands for. It's telling the truth. And I tell everybody around me, as men, we have to be men who are going to be lions, who are going to be courageous. I had it out with the leadership. It's ongoing with the worship group. And I said, is this a group of cowardly Christians or courageous Christians? Because the response that you gave when the people were massacred in Buffalo, you used the word shaken. And I said, that's not the way it goes if you got a powerful God. So today, when a brother comes back from vacation, he's standing there, he's talking about power and protection. I still got to go upside his head again and say, you didn't tell the people they need to be asking for the power and the protection. You need, because my challenge to these people is, you can be impartial or no, actually, I would tell them you can be non-affiliated politically, but you had better have an agenda that the people are going to be pushing anybody and everybody that empowers them so that we do not look like a bunch of weaklings. And I'm going to let them know that I don't know how. I'm going to land my plane right here. I'm going to let them know. And my son is on his way to med school and active in the church. But I'm going to let them all know, I don't know how you're going to have a convention in Florida, a worldwide convention, and nobody is standing on the plank that says, we as black people have to have justice. And if it's not going to be justice that we're pushing for, it's just like...
Okay, well, certainly we need to have black manhood for that. Thank you very much for giving us a call. We need black manhood for that. We're talking about something, that's what we're talking about here tonight. You're not going to get justice without the men. This isn't something you just bring in everybody for. If you don't have a clearly defined warrior class that is focused, driven, and disciplined, ain't nothing going to happen for you. Caller from area code 405. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? This is Bobby from Oklahoma City.
Bobby from Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
Since we're talking about, women and stuff like that, I called you this weekend, Saturday, and I was talking to you about the mechanic stuff and stuff like that. But my question today is, my daughter's mother, she's not a bad girl. She's married to somebody else and everything like that. And I feel like I'm still obligated to, kind of go beyond, to go the extra mile to help her out. Because, she wasn't really a bad person, and her husband, that's been kind of sick with having issues.
I got a lot of folks. I got a lot of folks here tonight who are meandering a lot. So, brother, let me find out here. What's your question?
I want to get your opinion on if I should go beyond normal to help her out with her finances.
If I should go beyond normal to help her out, is she your woman?
No, she's just the daughter. She's my child's mother.
Okay, you're doing a lot over there, so you can talk to me. If I hear anything else bang again, you're busy, and you can just call us back next week. Now, you're saying that this is not your woman, but you want to find out if you want to do something for her because this is your child's mother?
Right.
Okay, she has a man, does she not?
Hello?
Yes, sir. She has a man, does she not?
Yes.
Okay, then now you want to give her a second man, is what you're asking me.
Not necessarily. I'm asking you if I should go beyond normal to help her out because her husband has been sick and he hasn't been working like he usually does.
Okay. Well, here's my thing right here. If you're going to be paying bills, that's not his woman anymore. That's yours. So you all need to be aware of that right there. So what I'm saying is if she's not with you, if she chose him, there are consequences for those kind of decisions there. You have a household of your own to take care of. So that's going to be a decision for you to make. If you have the resources to do that, that's going to be a decision for you to make. So I don't judge you one way or the other about that. I am going to say that if you're taking resources from your household to dedicate to somebody else's household, that's something you have to think about there. Because like I say, she's not the one who's sick. He's the one who's sick.
Right.
So that's something to keep in mind. So do you got the resources to be able to take care of two households like that?
Not necessarily.
Is your child living with her?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's definitely something you certainly don't want your child living without. So that might be something that you want to keep into account there. You certainly don't want that. But if she did not want to be with you and she wants to be with somebody else, like I say, there's two households there. I would certainly not want your child doing without if you can avoid that. But you certainly want to have a plan with her to be like, okay, hey, your plan didn't work. We need to get something else going. Because you don't have custody of them. That's going to be up to you. I'm not so sure how I feel about that. That's up to you if you want to do that. I will tell you one thing. You can't be head of the two households. Now, that won't work. So as far as taking care of your child, that's one thing. As far as taking care of her and other adults, I'm not so sure about that one. Not so sure how I feel about that. As far as having her back, you already had her once. If that was what you were jockeying for, figure you would have done something different by now. So what I'm going to say is you can't be the head of two households. Your child should certainly be taken care of. There shouldn't be anything that she's doing without. And if her situation over there has your child doing without, then your child needs to be where, sir?
Me.
Okay. Need I say more? Stop worrying about who you laying up with. The child is the priority. If they're taken care of and they're good, that's all that really matters. If they're not being taken care of and they're not good over there, then that's what she's got a father for, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, then I expect you to get it done.
Appreciate it, Jason.
It's not about laying up with your baby mamas and all that mess right there. Most of these chicks out here have the sexual discipline of an aardvark. No, it's your job to take care of your children. Too many fellas out here, like I say, just they're slow, they're lame, they're undisciplined, they don't have direction, and then they're blowing out kids all over the place and then trying to figure out what to do, have a plan later. Let's have the kids first and the plan later. This is not a blended family. This is a blendered family. Let me get caller from area code 862. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how's it going, Jason? Long time no speak. It's Big Money Iceman out of Bloomfield, New Jersey.
All right, Big Money Iceman, what's on your mind?
No, I agree with you, man. I'm not here to win any popularity contest. My manhood can't be compromised, and a lot of times people take kindness for weakness, and I just can't allow that. So I agree with you there. that, we have to, rule the household with a firm hand and, can't compromise. That's got to be strong. It's got to, got to be the man. That's it.
I absolutely agree with that. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. And callers, please make sure you're brief about that. I got a lot of people waiting here, so please keep your calls brief. We don't need a monologue. Let me get called from area code 225. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jay from Baton Rouge by way of Woodville, Mississippi. The guy you had on previously talking about he lost his kid. It's sad, but that's the state of the black community now. The black women are laying up with dusty, hood rat, drug dealing thugs like this. And they realize that when they had to have the kid, this man is not working having the kid for you. He's not there to provide for the kids or take no time up the kids. And this black women, only someone in this country, call them a balls, lay them independent. They don't need a man, and it's just crippling our community. And thank you for your show, my brother. Be one.
Okay, it's a broadcast on the show. He's trying to catch up here. Well, that guy wasn't drug dealing; he was drug using. So let's get that straight. That old cliche. That's a trope there. This guy wasn't no dope dealer; he was a dope user. And the chicks he's laying up with ain't boss broads; these are bum broads. Caller from area code 206. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from area code 206 is AWOL. Caller from area code 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, hello?
Yes, you are.
Bridget. Yes,
wake up, man. Put the pipe down. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, I'm Barbara Smith, and I'm calling from East Oakland, California.
Okay, Barbara from East Oakland. What's on your mind?
Okay, yes. I want to say that I'm 60 years old, okay? And I made many mistakes, okay? All right? But I am, my handle is on I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk right now, but my handle is Black to Africa. And I just want to say, I agree with everything that you say. Some things I do not. I'm doing the best I can, and I think a lot of us black sisters are doing the very best that we can. I wish I would have known this information here about 40 years ago, but I just want to say that I'm making up to my son and his young family, okay? And that is by, yes, giving financial rewards to him, because I didn't know a lot, okay? I really did not. I was spoiled. Came from a two-parent household, a wonderful mother, wonderful father. I did. I came from that. And I will not regret that. But now that I'm older in age,
okay,
I'm trying to make right.
Slow down. Now, you can't, you're in your senior citizen years. You came from a two-parent household.
That's right.
When you had children, did you have a married two-parent household like the one you grew up in?
No, I did not. That's where I made the mistake.
Slow down. Now, you were raised in a two-parent household. You were not raised in a single-parent household. So I noticed this a lot. Right. I noticed this a lot. There are a lot of black females today, and we got two generations of them who were raised in two-parent households, and they have contempt for a two-parent household. So can you explain to all of us, why do you all have such contempt for having an intact two-parent household when you were raised in one?
I don't.
Okay, but ma'am.
No.
If you didn't have an example that showed you that you're supposed to be trying to raise children by yourself, you don't do that unless you have contempt for what you were raised in. Otherwise, you would, because the only way you know is a two-parent household. You weren't raised in a one-parent household, yet you went in the opposite direction. That's the definition of contempt, ma'am. That's not an opinion. Okay. This is not my perspective or an opinion. We're describing a fact. If you were raised in a two-parent household and that was all you knew, and you went off, and when it was time for you, the game plan, the only one you ever saw was two parents. If you said, yeah, I ain't doing that, ma'am, that's the definition of contempt. So how did you get? I'm just asking. How were you raised in a 2-parent household, and yet when it was your time to have a family, you didn't have a family? You just became a woman with kids, and you had contempt for a 2-parent household. So how is it that occurred? I'm just curious.
Okay, all right. I will admit that in the 2-parent household, my dad spoiled me. I was spoiled. My mom spoiled me because they came from very humble beginnings. My mother came from hardship. She did. She came from hardship. She did. But my dad, okay, in Texas, he did not come from that. He came from a very loving hardship. All I could say to you, Jason.
Yeah, she's just kind of stumbling and bumbling.
At blinders on, I don't know quite how to explain that.
Yeah.
I thought everything was easy. I really did.
Nothing you said addresses why you had no problem embarrassing and shaming your father and showing him that you had no respect for the 2-parent home that you were raised in. You had no respect for what they gave you. You just kind of spit in their faces and said, yeah, kiss my ass. And now the legacy is broken and screwed up. Now you gave your children a lesser life than you yourself had. And that is an unforgivable sin. To give your children a lesser, you had a better life than they did, and you did not care about your children enough to make sure that they didn't have a lesser life than you. At the very least, even if they were not financially better off, they could have at least socially not taken a step down. You threw them down a damn well.
Yeah, I did. I'm making it up to them. I am making it up to them as best I can because I was so silly. I don't know what to say, Jason. It's the truth. I'm trying so hard, but they're fine. My son, I only had one child.
What?
I made a promise.
They're fine. What are you?
To my mother.
What are you talking about? They're fine. What does that mean? Who is it?
What does that
Who
mean?
is it?
I
Who
only
is it?
had
Who?
one child.
Who
Okay.
is it? Who is it? Who thinks that your son is fine?
Me.
Okay,
me. I'm saying that my son is fine.
ma'am,
He tells me he's fine.
Okay, ma'am, excuse me. There are plenty of sexually abused children who their abusers say, "Oh, don't worry, the kid is fine." Who are you to decide that your son is fine after what has happened to him? Who are you to decide that? Of course, you would say he's fine. Of course, you would. No, you're okay with what you did to him. That doesn't mean that he's okay with it. When he goes among other men, he's somebody who is admired by the other men, respected and looked up to by the other men. They say, hey, I want my son to grow up like him. No, they're not doing that. You're okay with it. Well, he's a goldfish. He didn't die from exposure or starvation. Did my part. Single mothers always say that their sons are fine. And you know what? When I take a look at their sons, I always see, well, hell, this is beta. He's deficient. He's not a leader. The other females are not knocking themselves over to have him and say, this is the man I want leading my household. So single mothers always break their arms, give themselves a ticker tape parade and pat themselves on the back and say the kids are perfectly fine. And then go ask another female who's been with him whether or not she's anxious and eager that this is, of all the men available, she wants this one. And that is practically never the case.
Okay, when I have honest conversations with my son, I tell him to tell me the truth. He's okay. Now, it wasn't easy for him. No.
How old is your son?
It was not. My son is 40 years old, and he had his first baby, and I am so happy he found the right woman.
He had his first baby. You say he found the right woman. Is he married to her?
He found the right woman. Yes, he did. He found the right woman. She is absolutely awesome.
Okay, slow down. Beautiful. Slow down.
Okay.
Is he married to her?
Okay. Say it again. I didn't understand.
Is he legally married to her?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, because I was right there at the wedding. He married her. It took many years, but he found her. Yes, he did. Lord, thank you, Jesus.
Well, hopefully, and this is a burden that should never be put on the children. It should never be a burden on the children to fix the mistakes of their parents, although often we find that that is the case. Because the real thing is there are developmental tools that he did not have. He didn't have a father there that he saw the male masculine example every morning. That when that man gets up, he's not walking around with his boxers and his tank top on. He's walking around with his pants and his shirt on, his socks and shoes. He's ready to go to work. He's ready to do things. He's getting things accomplished. If this boy doesn't grow up in a home where he sees that, where dad is up under the sink fixing things, dad is under the hood of the car fixing things, that this is the role, that's what leadership is from a man, that you're good with your hands, including if somebody tries to come through the door who's not authorized, we're good with our hands on that too. There's our tools, basic fundamental tools, psychological, emotional tools that are not there, that he'll have to compensate for with other muscles. As a female, you're more passive. You're okay existing in a passive position. The male, however, has to be assertive and leading. So while I'm perfectly glad to hear that he's found a sensible young lady, that's great. That's wonderful. Your father found a woman too. And take a look at what he and take a look at how that went. So I certainly hope, so I certainly am hopeful that this turns out differently. I certainly want this to be something different.
I haven't believed in the name of Jesus. It's going to turn out right, because he had my father, which was his grandfather, up until the age of 12 years old, and then my dad, he passed on. But other than that, I'm believing. I'm claiming it in the name of Jesus. I know that you guys come down on us, but he's going to be all right. He's gonna be all right, and with my help, I'm gonna make this up. Well, I agree with you, Jason. I love you, but I agree with you on certain things.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Okay. So certainly try to be the best grandmother you can. That's very important.
I surely will.
She certainly has some lacking of being a best mom, but maybe she can be a better grandmother than she was a mother. But folks, let's be very, very clear to these women out here who were raised in two-parent homes. There's a bunch of y'all were raised in two-parent homes, and then you grow up with contempt. Just understand, you can't expect men to respect you when they know, oh, you had your mom and your dad, and you don't care about, you having children, don't care about fatherhood. Let me tell you something, ladies, don't expect a man to respect you when you don't respect fatherhood. Don't expect that. Don't expect any man anywhere to hold you in esteem when it's clear that you don't respect or value fatherhood. And fellas, if you're dealing with a female who doesn't have reverence for fatherhood, and one of the major markers is she willing to let you get her pregnant without being married, but she came from a two-parent home? Oh, she doesn't have respect for her father. She doesn't respect that. So just understand, however she treats her dad is how she's going to treat you. With a caller who just got off the phone, she had contempt for her father. How did she treat the man who got her pregnant? With all the legal mechanisms in place that allow her to punish this man for getting her pregnant, what did she do? She had contempt for the father who raised her, and thus she passes on and she starts executing contempt for the men that she's with. Fellas, don't overlook that because you're going through a dry spell. Take that as what it is. Deadly, crucial, dangerous. Caller from area code 470, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Joe calling in from Nashville.
Joe from Nashville, what's on your mind?
Hey, so I just wanted to thank you for this, your podcast tonight, doing an excellent job. And it really makes me, appreciate my dad more. Some of the things you're talking about, seeing him, work as hard as he did, get up at 5 a.m. and be a professional and things like that has me, on the right path of my life. But also I wanted to mention something else. Just the attack on, black masculinity in general. Now, I was in Target earlier today in a, predominantly white area, and what I seen was really disturbing. So I was in there, I seen this huge billboard with 2 black males on it. And it was one on the front and then one on the side, just to give a double whammy. And it was an LGBT billboard, of course, and the one on the front was just, he almost had something on, resembled almost a dress. And the one on the side, he kind of had his arms folded and had fingernail polish on. And I just thought about that, and I'm like, they were probably, late teens, early 20s, the models in this picture, just the message that they're pumping money into to almost control the minds of young black men.
We have enough issues coming from outside. We have enough of an assault to deal with on the exterior. They're putting billions of dollars into this. But let's be very, very clear. When you're dealing with an economy that is $300 trillion in size, throwing a few $1 billion at keeping that kind of control, man, that's not even maintenance money. You don't even count that. Think about that for a few moments. This is an investment. This is an investment in societal control. This is an investment in that, so that you never have to face them in the streets. I want you all to understand, as black people, the greatest fear in white society, and anyone who saw Django Unchained, Quentin Tarantino was brave enough and courageous enough to have Leo DiCaprio. I mean, he went above and beyond to get Leo DiCaprio, one of the biggest actors in the world, to say something to express the fears of white people. Now, I give Quentin Tarantino credit for doing that in that film, using Leo to express what white society's real fear is. When Leo tells the story of Uncle, whatever his name was, the black fellow who was cutting his granddaddy's beard with a straight razor, he was like, now, if that had been me, I would have slit his damn throat. And it wouldn't have taken me 50 damn years neither to do it. That is the fear that white society is walking around with every waking moment of the day. That was why the George Floyd uprisings were so critical, because they've been walking around ever since saying, is today gonna be the day? The slave masters don't teach the children how to read the Bible. He'll want more. Liberated peoples give ideas to unliberated ones. You cherry pick what you teach from the Bible, because any sensible being at some point is going to rise up. If you have done physical violence to them, survival dictates that at some point they will physically rise up. Why do you think it is in all these places like Haiti and the Dominican Republic, they go in and put in statues of white men? Let's change their minds. Rio de Janeiro and other places, here comes white Jesus. Let's change their minds, because eventually they're going to rise up. And they're walking around every moment of every day. Why do you think they keep invoking the trope of the black male running out here savaging white females? That's taking them. Well, yeah, because you did that to the black women for all those centuries. So your fear is that one day, they're like, sooner or later, this is going to happen. Because we would do it to them. We've done it to them. Sooner or later, they're gonna do this. We don't know where, we don't know when, but I mean, the fuse is already lit. We're just waiting for it to go off. And when the George Floyd uprisings happened, there was a reason why you had this visceral cry from white society like it was. They were saying, this is it. We thought the 1960s was the worst of it. This is it. Here it goes. They've been out here ever since Trayvon Martin. They're not letting this go. Don't you recognize we have a problem? They're not going to let this go. And at some point, if they figure out that we're just not going to give it to them, they've already shown, we got the capacity to take things from you. That if we all cannot be equally comfortable, we will all be equally uncomfortable. So they walk around every waking moment of the day scared to death that bomb is going to go off. Why do you think you have all these shooters and stuff? They're like, hey, naturally, this is what should occur. And we're terrified that it will. So we've got to make sure that you are neutered. We've got to make sure that you're docile. We've got to make sure that you're pacified. Now we need to make sure that you're distracted. Never-ending distractions. Because you see, black people are different than everybody else. We're the only ones who don't assimilate. We innovate. We don't assimilate. There's a bigger problem right there. It's like, yeah, we created American culture. We didn't follow it. On the one hand, it's been a great economic boom for them. But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but you still won't take the damn programming. We need you to do like the Asians and the Latinos. We need you to assimilate. And you're not doing it. An organism that will not assimilate at some point is going to rebel. It's inevitable. That's not my opinion. That's math. An organism that will not submit and will not assimilate will rebel. Now, how bad that rebellion will be, can't quantify it. That it will occur is a certainty. Now, imagine being white society. Why do you think they keep invoking South Africa? Why do you think they keep invoking those things? Why do you think Birth of a Nation was so offensive to them? Because that's their worst nightmare come to life. That one day it's just going to be Negroes going door to door. And Judgment Day is here. Now, if you got the males worried about wearing thongs and high heels, or what you're talking about, which is what I showed last week, you have males submitting to white men, physically submitting to white men. Being physically domesticated and submitting, is that guy ever going to rebel? First of all, he's not going to reproduce. That's the first thing. So, hey, big thumbs up on that one. He ain't reproducing. And number two, while he's here, he's never going to rebel. Brother, that's the sweet spot.
Yeah. It's kind of like what Neely Fuller said, what he talked about, you know, what that does. And I thought about that. And when I seen that, I said neutralized. And also, I'll leave it on this note, is that one of the things Neely Fuller said as well is that what that really does with these young males out here, which is really upsetting to me, is that it causes sexual confusion. And the one thing, like I said, lastly, is, you know, we have as black people, so many needs. We need housing. We need, you know, education. We have just needs out the ear. But we can't get the needs fulfilled. But if we want to lead the gay parade, they'll put us in the front. So just it shows you where the agenda is going. Brother. But I'll leave you on that note.
Understand something. An organism that is sexually confused, by definition, is going to be socially and politically confused.
Exactly.
If I can keep you sexually confused, you're socially and politically confused. Now, the people who have brought you and engineered the sexual confusion, they ain't confused. Mm-hmm. This is their strategy. So they understand, hey, we don't need to do this. This is a strategy we bring to these folk over here. We're selling these other people confusion. We're not ingesting it. So just keep in mind, an organism that is sexually confused will be socially and politically confused. It is about pacifying and dominating you by non-military means. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller area code 984. You're on live with the Black Channel. Now, the issue here is that he thinks he's trolling, and I understand. Here's the problem. I'm going to introduce him to black manhood and how we deal with that. So it sounds like he needs a wellness check. Clearly that sleep apnea is getting the better of him. So sounds like he needs a wellness check. So if anybody knows his number or can reach out to him, I hope they're able to get a hold of him. I don't know. I hope somebody knows his number and can reach out to him. Oh, Leopold is very unhappy right now. So hoping we can go ahead and get a hold of him. That'd be nice. Caller from area code 714. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Nefertari. I'm calling from Riverside, California.
Familiar grounds there. Nefertari from Riverside. What's on your mind?
I would recommend it by one of your mods to call in. Really, I had just said that I need help with my son. He's only one, but I'm a single mom right now. I haven't been with their father for like a year, and I don't want to raise another man like your previous caller with the 6 kids.
Okay, how old are you?
I'll be 28 in August.
Okay, and how old is your child?
My son, he'll be 2 in August.
Okay, and you're not married?
No, I'm not married.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question here. You live in one of the most... Now, for those of you who don't know, she lives an hour outside of Los Angeles. is where she lives. She lives about an hour outside of Los Angeles. And Riverside, typically speaking, traditionally Riverside's kind of been the hood, but gentrification has found its way there as the place that megalopolis is being built out. So all the folks who used to be able to live in Riverside are finding that the apartment complexes are all raising the rent all across the place. And the writing is already on the wall. The writing's already on the wall for Riverside, San Bernardino, all those areas out there. The writing, Moreno Valley. The writing's already on the wall for everybody out there in those areas. So you got some issues to deal with there, don't you?
Hello?
By the way, when I was 2 years old, I didn't yell. But I said we got some issues there to deal with, don't we?
Yeah, it's been a tough year.
A tough year? Man.
Rebuilding my life.
It's just gotten started. Let me find out here. How much money do you make in a year, ma'am?
Right now, under 40,000.
Think about that for a few moments, ma'am. How are you going to raise a child right outside of Los Angeles? $37,000 a year. How is this going to work? What type of life what type of life do you as a mother intend to give your child on $37,000 a year?
What type of life do I need?
No. What type of life do you intend to give your child and you only make $35,000 a year?
Not an ideal one, not the one that I would like.
I didn't ask you what it's not. I didn't ask you what it's not going to be. I'm saying, by the way, you have 2 children and feeding what type of life are you trying to give them on $35,000 a year?
A stable life.
Okay, will you please explain to me how in modern day California you're going to give 2 children and yourself a quote stable life on $35,000 a year? How are you going to do that, ma'am? I'm trying to find out. I keep asking the same question and you're not giving me any answers. What's the plan?
I just want stability. I want.
Okay, how can you give stability on? How can you give, ma'am? How can you give stability on $35,000 a year? I've asked you several times now. In modern day California, how can you do that? Thank you. Now, look how long that took. This is how much you're fighting reality and denial. This is Black womanhood today. It's sick. You're fighting reality and denial. You knew the answer is, I can't do it. And if you yourself cannot stop yourself the first time and say, this won't work, somebody's got to beat you into submission to say, this doesn't work. You have other people who need you to be smarter and less stubborn and silly than this, and you won't stop yourself. The answer is, this doesn't work. The math ain't mathin'. It doesn't work.
You're right.
It can't work. This isn't opinion. This is math. And you're sitting up here trying to deflect and evade from the obvious solution. Those children need you to get to answers quick, fast, and in a damn hurry. And you're acting like a big overgrown child yourself. Well, I don't want to say it can't work. It doesn't work. It cannot work. Now you have 2 children, and how many fathers are involved in their birth?
1.
Where is Mr. Magic?
He just went to jail this month.
Of course,
out of the picture for about 3 weeks.
So what you've done now on Father's Day is you've declared to the world what the value of your vagina is. I'm not saying that to be demeaning. I'm saying this because you need to hear some hard truths. You just told the world what the dollar value of your vagina is. Hey, jailbirds can lay up between my legs. Jailbirds, degenerates, losers. That's what my vagina's market value is. Hey, deadbeats and jailbirds, come on over. Think about that for a few moments. 28 years old. 2 kids. All those men available inside or outside of California, she should be focusing on the life. Yeah, jailbirds, come on, sexual access available. I want black women to understand that when your bodies are available to just any old body who rolls up, a doctor, a lawyer, a drug addict, a gang member, unemployed, a homeless dude, all of them have equal access, then your body is equally unvaluable. So nobody else gives you that, ma'am. You have to give yourself that and say, hey, my body ain't available to just any old bum nigga come through here. Like, you need to learn a new word. The word is no.
So
she's already in her head thinking about how to respond. This means she's not listening. She's already trying to think about how to respond. Ma'am, you need to just listen. You need to learn a new word. The word is no. Yeah, 2 words, not him. Novel concept. What does your father think of this situation that his daughter is in?
I haven't talked to my father in almost 14 years.
I want you all to understand, this is the definition of contempt. Now, how many times have your children seen their father?
This is the longest they've ever been away from him or been without seeing him.
Okay, but they're only a couple of years old.
Yeah, so they've seen him their whole lives.
Okay. How old is your oldest child?
3.
Think about that for a few moments, ma'am. Are you letting this digest for a minute before you start thinking, before you start rolling that argument in your head? Are you listening to what you're saying? That's the oldest. How about the youngest?
My youngest is almost 2.
Yeah. And you're telling me that they've had reasonable interaction with their father, and now he's in jail in 36 months, ma'am. 36 months for the oldest, 24 for the youngest. Are you listening to this? I mean, are you listening to the words you're saying and asking yourself, does this really make sense what I'm saying? Or am I just trying to save my feelings? Because it's the children who are paying the price for this. Your father, did you grow up with him?
No, I didn't.
Okay, where was he?
In the streets. I don't know.
Now, here's what I want you to understand. If you are the child of a father who was in them streets like that, where's your mom?
My mother is in California. We talk every now and then.
Okay, California is a gigantic state. I should know. I've driven it from north to south, east to west. Where at in California is in that gigantic piece of geographic location?
She's in the Inland Empire. To be honest with you, I don't know exactly where she lives. I haven't seen her since my daughter was born in 3 years.
So she's in the Inland Empire. For those of you who don't live in Los Angeles, it's a specific geographic area. You can actually look it up on the map. They call it the Inland Empire. It's not really... You can look it up on the map for anybody who doesn't know Los Angeles. So I don't want to get off in the woods about that, but that's what she's talking about. Here's the real thing about that. Your story is a dime a dozen out there. It's a dime a dozen. And yes, I understand crack came through, and yes, I understand other things. That was particularly targeted by the United States government. We already know that because of the Black Panthers and others. We get that. From Watts to Oakland, we realize that. Here's the thing I want you to understand. I do not blame you for your parents, nor do I condemn you for what your parents have done. But I do hold you responsible for what you do. For them. For those 2 little people back there.
I do too.
That I do. No matter where you came from, like the previous woman who called in, I need black women to stop being comfortable trashing the society. I need them to stop being comfortable and okay with it. I need it to be something that they're not okay with and that they're very uncomfortable with, because your survival depends on it. I have driven through Northern California, and I'm talking about it took me 8 hours to get down past Stockton and Sacramento and whatnot. Anybody who's come down from Oregon knows that's a long-ass drive through those mountains. The maps they show you do not do it justice for how long it will take you to get down from the tip of Northern California down to Los Angeles and Southern. It takes damn me forever to get down there. It takes forever. And I passed a bunch of places from Northern California all the way to Central California till you get down to, you don't really start seeing black folk till you get down to Southern California. When I was in Northern California, all I saw were orchards and a bunch of places that it looked like rural Louisiana with the white folk. It looked like rural Louisiana. I'm talking about dusty towns, taverns, roadside grills. And I was like, I felt the hostility that I feel in rural Louisiana. Not in Louisiana, not in Mississippi, in Northern California. In Northern California. And I got the pictures and every damn thing else to prove it. And my folks who've been out there and lived there understand that, baby. What I'm saying is that at any time them folk want to make a move, a single female out here whose vagina is a public utility, you don't have anybody to protect you. The man that you chose to have children with, you know damn well that's no protector and provider. You know that.
Okay.
And you've got children who cannot defend themselves. You make $36,000 a year. What economic foundation are you putting in place for them in a place where the damn rent and housing values is skyrocketed?
Right. I don't have a foot to hold on right now.
Yeah, but the most important decision that a woman makes in her life is the quality of the man that she has next to her. Whether she's married to him or not, it would be better for you to be Jay-Z's side chick than to be that fella's wife that you got 2 kids by. And I meant it that the way I said it. Your life would be better off being Jay-Z's side broad than being the wife of the fella that you chose to get pregnant by. What I'm saying is I agree. That's your wisdom and judgment at work, and the best you chose is, well, hell, let me get this bummy ass nigga over here. And it's like, okay, now he's got you behind the 8 ball. Your decision, I shouldn't say he got you behind it. Your decision is, let me just screw my life, and hell, I'm behind the 8 ball. I got 2 kids sitting on top of me in the most economically disadvantaged location I can be in. And all I'm saying is, how in the hell does this turn out? How does this go? How does this end? Now he's in jail now. Lord Almighty, when he getting out?
I don't know. He goes back to court in a couple of days.
Of course. Fine, upstanding citizen. What's he in jail for, ma'am? Singing too loud in church, wearing the wrong colored shoelaces. What's he in jail for?
A DUI.
Of course.
And probation violation.
Because he's already been to jail, so he's one of the regulars. What was he in jail for previously?
Possession of a firearm.
Of course. Now, possession of a firearm or possession of a firearm by a felon?
It probably was the latter, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Because even in California, you don't really get arrested for a firearm. Now, you'll get arrested for firearm if you ain't supposed to have one. But generally speaking, it's not just he had a gun. It's so you got a guy who's in and out of jail. How old is he now?
He turned 43 this year.
Yeah, 43. 43. So you are, just listen to this for a moment. He's 15 years older than she is. She was 25, he was 40. And it would be different if he was a 40-year-old who done built something and is about something. He's a 40-year-old damn loser. And he's laying up with the 25-year-old chicks before she even has a chance to be chosen or available by a man who's worth a damn. She's like, yeah, let me just knock myself out the game before it can even get started. I'm 25. Let me have some kids by this degenerate before I'm even out the gate good. She didn't even peak because you probably met him before you were 25. So your women hit their peak at 25. Yeah, so before she could even hit her peak, she's like, yeah, let me forget my prime years. Let me just give it all to this guy. Just out of curiosity, what was it? Okay, just out of curiosity, what is it about him that was so valuable and attractive and alluring that you felt like you had to give children to him? Of all the options you had available, why is it you skipped over all those others and gave it to him?
He basically hopped me straight out the gate. So before I had a chance to leave the world and see what was up, I was raised in a very strict household. I wasn't allowed to leave the house, no overnights, anything like that. So as soon as I got 18, I left the house, and he was one of the first people I met, and he kind of he locked me down since like 18, and we had just been together for years, and we ended up it was a rocky relationship, but
okay, I was raised in a very strict household. Okay, I was raised in a very strict household. Why was that a problem, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. I didn't say it was a problem.
Okay, but I asked you what happened, and you said, well, I was raised in a very strict household, and I wasn't allowed overnights and stuff. Okay, clearly you saw that as a problem based on how you reacted to it. Well, by your testimony of how you reacted to it. So clearly you saw it as a problem.
When I was younger. Excuse me, I didn't mean to talk over you, but when I was younger, that's how I looked at it. I didn't appreciate it, so as soon as I turned 18, I wasn't allowed any boyfriends in high school, so I was trying to have boyfriends and talk to different men and be in different men's face. And
now, here's the thing I want you to understand.
I guess
what this means is that clearly your mother, I'm assuming, saw that there was a problem. And she didn't trust you to be able to make these judgments properly. Now, rather than her having a sensible man around to make sure that you can make these judgments properly, she tried to coddle you and cocoon you, which is what women do. Women either coddle or cocoon their children. Men discipline children. This is why most of these women today will never get married, because you see, if she's a disciplinary problem and she refuses to let the man do what we biologically do, we discipline. We don't tell our children to avoid risk. We teach them how to manage it and deal with it. So you see, as women, what they tend to do is either coddle you or cocoon you. If we don't think we can nurture you through this, then let's lock you up somewhere where nothing can get to you. And that's not really teaching her how to deal with that. You see, what's supposed to happen is your father says, okay, I'm going to let you go overnight, but those folks' parents need to be there. Now, if I come by that place and you're not there, I'm busting your ass and you will not get to go anywhere for another year or two. See, that's how a man deals with that. He doesn't ask you to take responsibility. He tells you that you're going to take responsibility, and these are the parameters under which you will take it. And if you mess it up, there will be consequences. We don't cocoon the children. The other thing is, we ain't gonna just let any old raggedy nigga sit up here and spend time with our daughter. I'm a man who doesn't have children, but I'm fiercely protective of my nieces, biological or otherwise. They can't just hang out with just any old damn body. I'm not gonna approve or sign off on that. I had one who did. Boy, you should have seen her, meepish as she could be. I'm just like, what's his name? And she knew it was in trouble when I said that, because Jason Black doesn't ask a question he doesn't already have the answers to. So I'm like, yeah, what's his name? Boy, she's looking at her feet. She's shuffling and whatnot. She don't want to talk about this. She's looking like one of the suspects in the first 48. You damn right. It doesn't matter if you don't see your value. It's up to the adults to see your value. You are our legacy. We ain't supposed to be just letting every damn body lay on top of you. This is our legacy we're talking about here. This is damn important. What the hell are we doing all this working and making this money and buying these cars? What the hell are we doing this for if it's not for the children? What the hell are we doing? So the children are not optional. This is damn important. So you damn right. I need to meet this Negro. I need to see him. She's 25 and done brought a nigga up in here old as me. How How she 25 and there's a nigga as old as me talking about, yeah, I'm gonna be laying on your knees. Nigga, you about to be laying out is what you about to be. Now, I also understand there's only a certain amount of control you can do in that regard, but what I am going to say is I'll be damned. Even if it goes that way, it ain't going to be just some raggedy ass dude out here. I'm like, okay, nigga, look here, you almost old as me. I ain't got to pull no punches with your ass. You going to fly right. You going to fly right and you going to fly straight. I need to see what you driving, where you working. I'm not going to have you sitting up here using my niece for a damn joyride for 4 or 5 years. And then you decide to move on to the damn next one? Which is what dudes in their position do because they ain't got a damn thing to lose? Hell no. It's going if something like that did occur, it's gonna be a nigga with something to lose. A fella in and out of jail ain't got a damn thing to lose. What has he lost? And by the way, how many other baby mamas he got?
3.
Thank you. You're ready for an episode of Maury Povich. None of y'all knows how this paternity test is gonna turn out. This is the reason that we don't allow dudes who are unaccomplished, undisciplined, unverified. We don't allow them in the door because this is the way it always, listen to me, young lady, always turns out. He ain't got nothing to lose. This is why you have to have a man who has lived a life and been there. This is why you have a father in the home. You'd have been better off just having me around. That nigga never would have been able to get through the front door. I'd have been like, yeah, not him. I would have just looked at him through the window. Oh, hell no. Where'd you pick up this degenerate at? This bum was on Skid Row. Send him back where the hell he is. Oh, well, Uncle Black, he give me thrills. Look here, you better get your damn thrills with a snow cone. Not him. Not this. See, when you become a damn overgrown child, you're supposed to have a man to snatch a knot in your damn ass and say, hey, you belong to somebody. Well, I'm a grown woman. Look here, you belong to somebody. You are someone's feminine representative. First your father, and then when you get married to a man, you'll be his. We don't just let you run around any old kind of damn way. He's already got 3 women pregnant, you number 4. And he's a father to what? Because you tried to say before, well, he was in their lives. Ma'am, how much in their lives can he be and he got 3 other households? Are you listening to yourself while you trying to save face? How much of a father can he be to 4 different damn women? In 4 different damn houses, unless y'all all in the same housing project. Are y'all all in the same housing project?
No. I did live with his other child's mom for a time and him. And she lives in Texas now with 2 of his children.
Loud.
He has 6 children by 4 different
Pepto.
women.
I thought I was just going to do a speech tonight about fatherhood. Where's the damn Pepto? Where's the damn Pepto? All I got is water. No Pepto. Oh boy. I'm on the road. I'm traveling. They done caught me. They done caught me slipping. I'll be damned. The one night, no Pepto, no Gaviscon, no Mylanta. Oh hell. I just got to work through this heartburn. I just got to work through it, y'all. So just... they caught me, but I just gotta work through it.
I'm sorry.
Lord Almighty. Okay. You didn't help me find my religion. This is a historic broadcast, y'all. She didn't help me find my religion out here, boy. I got to ask, y'all. I'm gonna regret it, but I gotta ask, who is this woman you were living with?
His last baby's mother.
Are you related to her?
I couldn't hear that part.
Are you related to her?
Hello?
You heard me the first time. Yes, ma'am. Are you related to that woman?
Oh, no, I'm not related to her.
It took you forever to say that right there. I don't believe it now. How did you end up living with this woman, with baby daddy number 3? With baby mama number 3?
Basically, she texted a phone, like my phone, on Instagram saying that she was pregnant and she was way out of state, back in her hometown in Texas. So
No. You said that you were living with her. Were you living with her before or after? Were you living with baby mama number 3 before or after you got pregnant by him?
So I was pregnant first, and then she found out she was pregnant and flew to move in with us.
Now, I want you all to think about this tonight, especially the females. How do you expect anybody to value black womanhood when this is what young black womanhood is doing? Legs wide open to the dustiest and bummiest. It'd be different if y'all all had children by doctors and lawyers. That would be different. You all got a gang of kids by degenerates. A whole gang of females like, yeah, degenerates got the run of the yard. We want y'all to respect women. Black girls rock. Sisterhood. I want you all to understand what that looks like to any objective person on the outside looking in. He either got you pregnant, he got another chick pregnant. How did she get your number, ma'am? How did she know you to have her number?
She found me on Instagram.
How did she find you on Instagram, ma'am?
Probably off of his Instagram page.
Yeah. So basically, all you girls out there let him set up a damn harem.
Basically.
Yeah. And I want you to think about that for a moment, because it'd be bad enough if you had to suffer for this. Those children over there are going to be paying the bill. And I don't play about that. I have no mercy in that regard. Those are innocents. They didn't choose any of this. This sexual joyride you've been on, they didn't choose any of this. And this doesn't work for them. They need to have a strong, solid, masculine figure in the home. And black women today as a group have contempt for a strong, masculine, solid figure in the home. Degenerates, bums, psychos, schizophrenic, unemployed, sketchy, shady, worthless, useless, black women are like, thumbs up. And I'm saying that black women as a group need to get together and say, hey, we're going to declare war on the females who are off code. Because this is off code as hell. What is he going to do? By the way, how many children is it total?
He has 6 children.
He's got 6 children in Southern California by 4 different females. He's on his way back to the pokey because, of course, it doesn't really matter. He'd rather be in jail than out here listening to y'all tell him what he's not doing. He's not supporting anyone while he's there. He's not supporting anybody while he's there. So what's the point, man? What was the point of getting pregnant by him so that you could be a part of this? In the chat room, you're right. We went from having one 28-year-old screwed up girl on my phone. Now we got 6 more kids. It spreads like a damn virus. It's worse than COVID. And they're out here with our children. So those of us who raise the kids properly, her kids will be, this woman on the phone, her kids will be running around trying to smash and grab. They'll be out there in San Francisco trying to smash and grab something because mama wasn't worth a damn and they don't have anything, or they'll try to, man, be quiet. They'll try to carjack our children. Because you see, she doesn't have a plan or a clue in life. So her children will sit up here and try to leech off of our children or off of one of us, because this is who raised them. And they're not ready at all. So she's going to give them nothing to have. And they'll be susceptible to go out here and try to do a street takeover or a carjacking or a smash and grab or whatever. What do you think all those kids out there are doing that for? Because this is their mama on the phone. And the most she ever thought is, well, ma'am, you knew better than that when you got with this fellow here. It's just like, it's all a game. It's all a game. I make $35,000 a year. Ma'am, how much money do you have in the bank in savings?
About 5,000.
Okay, you don't sound very sure about that. I said in the bank in a savings account.
It's not in savings, in my checking.
Okay, you have $5,000 in your checking account. Making $35,000 a year, how much is your monthly rent?
$12.50.
Okay, something's not working out here, because to be able to support two little people like that is
Well,
going to
I
cost.
get rental assistance.
Okay, well, you get more than just that, ma'am. You must be getting WIC, welfare, and the whole 9 yards. You got 2 children.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, in other words, like so many females, she has contempt for black men because in her mind, well, don't worry, the white government will be daddy. I don't care what the children don't have or don't see. I don't care how this harms them. The government will the government will provide the check and be daddy, and whatever the kids ain't got, oh well.
I say something?
Ma'am, do you realize you keep trying to talk? 28 years old, has screwed up her life and 2 other people, and she wants to talk. Think about that for just a few moments. Now, what she thinks she wants to do is defend herself, and that's the reason that they cannot get better. When a person gets better is when they stop talking and realize, I don't have a defense. I don't have anything to say. I don't have anything to say in my defense. I have nothing to say. There's nothing that makes this better. I just need to be quiet. Now, that's what they say when they've bottomed out and said, yeah, I'm done. Instead, if she's still demanding to talk, she's like, well, wait a minute. There's a game changer in here. So go ahead, ma'am. Say what you were going to say.
I just wanted to I had a question, basically, because I left their father last July.
Left him?
He...
Left him? What the hell does that mean? Left him? What do you mean by that?
We were living together.
Okay, you left him. Ma'am, what does that mean, I left him? I'm trying to figure out how this works.
Well, I packed up my children's things, my things, and left his house and started my life over, basically, without him living with us.
Okay. And what do you think's going to happen now?
Well, I was getting to that. I left him in July, and it's coming up on a year now. I'm just getting to a place where I was in shelters with my children. We've been through a lot, but I'm at a place now where I have a job, I have a car, I have a roof over our heads that's ours, and I don't want to be relying on the government. I understand that. I don't have contempt for black men, but I'm at the point where now that I'm because before I was in a position where I was in shelters and I wasn't just going to go move my children in with a stranger just for some kind of stability. So I'm in a position where I do want a man in my household to leave. I don't want my son out there, sticking up cars and doing all types of crazy stuff. I want a head for my household. This is why I called in, because I know I got a mess right now.
Yes, you do. So, what's the plan?
My plan that I made for right now, but I don't know. I want a husband. I don't know how to find one, though, or what I should be doing.
Ma'am, before you even start that conversation, and by the way, I don't care how many therapists they've had you talk to or social workers, I find most of all of them to be incompetent and useless. Ma'am, if you're going to discuss about, I want to have a husband, what you're really saying is, I'm wife material. So, before we go any further, do you believe that you are wife material?
I can admit that right now I wouldn't say I'm wife material, no.
Okay. So before you can talk about having a husband, getting a husband, or whatever, first and foremost, it begins with you. Now, you can be a wife if you are wife material. What kind of husband would you like to have? Tell me about him specifically. Specifically, who is the type of man you want to marry?
I would like a husband that is grounded, is black first, is mentally and emotionally intelligent. I would like someone who is good with children and is moral so that I could trust him, and just a good communicator.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You spent the last decade with the sterling representation of masculinity out there. How many of those characteristics does he embody? Of the things you just said you want in a husband, how many of those apply to him?
Maybe like 2 or 3.
So she named off 7 or 8 things and says only 2 or 3 apply to him. Which are the 2 or 3 that apply to him?
He had a pretty good code of morals.
A code of morals. He's got a litter of children by 3 different women. What code of morals are you referring to, man? What morals are you? Do you know what the word morals means?
Clearly not. I feel that I might have misspoke. You brought that attention.
Okay, you're talking about principles.
Maybe he fits none of them.
What redeeming principles does he have?
When I was around him and when I was under his spell, he made me feel as if he was going to marry me, as if I was going to be he never told me I would be his only woman, but his favorite woman, the one that's with him, the one that's
what was the benefit of being with him?
I benefited from being with him in that I never had to worry about financial things, like the bills and things were paid for, shopping, anything that I wanted, I asked for, and I could get. Okay. The materialistic side was decent.
The materialistic side was decent. I don't know what that means. Where were you shopping at, ma'am?
Not designer stores, but just as far as having whatever I asked for.
Okay, what did you ask for?
As far as materialistic things.
What materialistic things did you ask for, ma'am?
I would ask for furniture. This is when I was wearing weaves. I would ask for sewing weaves. I would ask to get my nails and feet done all the time. Clothes, materialistic things like that.
Right. No big ticket items.
No.
Where were you living at?
A car here.
Where were you?
A Cadillac, maybe.
A Cadillac. What kind of Cadillac, ma'am?
He got me a Cadillac Seville before. An older car.
What? Pepto. Okay. Ma'am, I remember the Cadillac Seville. That was a great car back in '99.
Yeah.
That car was damn near old as you. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
okay, I was a former car dealer. You ain't gonna teach me nothing about these cars and the years of them, ma'am. The Seville, that was the last one they made before they brought in the Okay, that was the last one they made before they brought in the CTS at the beginning of the 2000s. When they cycled out the big cars at Cadillac and brought in the CTS with their art and science design theme. So, ma'am, I know that of which I speak. That car was old enough to drive itself. That car was old enough to drink. So if everybody wants to know how he had her styling and profiling, he had her in a classic. By the way, how often was it in the shop, ma'am?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to flesh this out. So in case y'all, I want to be very, very clear about this. When she says, oh, he was buying me things and he bought me a car, I just want us to be clear about what we're referring to here. And let me be very, very clear. All of us were young and dumb at some time, but all of us were not doing this. And it is one thing to have a guy who's an idiot on your sexual resume. It's another thing to be bonded to him for the rest of your life, which is where you are. Ma'am, he could come see you at any time. And right now, you want a man who is about something to invest himself in you when your history shows that you don't value that. So now you want a guy, the type of men that you passed over for the last decade, you are now saying, okay, now that I'm 2 kids deep in Riverside, California, and by the way, what size do you wear?
What size?
Ma'am, you heard me.
I'm a 6.
Okay, I'm kind of doubtful on that, but I'm just going to take you on your word of that. She's 28 years old, 2 kids deep by a recidivist jailbird. Now she wants a responsible man. She's going to want him to have no children. She's going to want him to be gainfully employed, economically progressive, intellectually capable, and no children. Now that's what she's going to want.
I'm okay with children.
Ma'am, you're not going to want nobody with no kids. Single parents nobody likes single parents, especially and including single parents. Nobody wants a person with children. Especially, ironically enough, especially single parents. No. So no, ma'am, you're not going to want that. No, you're not. Because you're going to take a look at his messed up situation and be like, oh, reminds me of where I just left from. Yeah, let me skip that. So no, ma'am, it won't work that way. If he's got kids, you're going to be like, oh, well, as soon as you get a taste of his baby mama, yeah, you're going to be like, yeah, no, not, I don't want to get involved in this. There's a mess over there. Yeah, being a single parent's a mess. So that's my point. So you say that, but the reality is you want a guy who likes kids. You don't want a guy with kids. So what you're going to prioritize is getting a fellow who's exactly the opposite of where you just were. So in other words, she chooses degenerates for her most valuable years, and she racks up all those liabilities. Now she wants a man who has options, who's going to give up all those options and help her to carry her liabilities. 28. Not 17, not 16. In the 21st century, back in the 1990s, they were teen mothers. Today, oh yeah, it's not teenagers doing it anymore. It's grown women, almost 30, and in some cases 40 years old. And your children are growing up every day with no responsible, capable, masculine male role model in the home. You're okay not having it. Those children, we won't know how much and how bad the damage is to them for decades. And you won't be there to fix any of it. You won't be there to deal with it. If they're in and out of jail, you'll just be with your lip poked out. They cause tremendous amounts of damage and harm, but they're not going to be the ones paying the bill. You were okay with this guy being part of your family tree, and now the children will pay the cost. And that's horrendous. That's horrendous. And she's 28 years old and like, okay, well, I want to get a guy who's the complete opposite of everything I've been doing. In other words, you want to stick him with the bill. Hey, I've gone out here and, this degenerate in and out of jail. Yeah, I'd like you to come help take care of his children. I'd like you to come and be the male role model for his children. Oh, and if you would like to mix bloodlines, because of course that's a great idea, if you'd like to have children with me too, so that your kids will be related to his children by blood, hey, I'm down for that too. I like the ladies to listen when they say that. I like for folks to listen when they say that. Because if you're saying that that's what you want going forward, I want you to understand exactly what you're asking for. You want a man who is responsible to choose you as wife material. Even though you do not have a track record showing that you value being a wife. You've shown what your taste in men is, not for a day. You kept that guy around for a decade. You liked what was going on over there. Now that you've had the kids, you're like, okay, I've had my fun. Ooh, hell, this is heavy as hell. Let me get somebody I don't need to have fun with. I need somebody responsible to help me carry all this luggage I've got. So I'm not here to dispute or debate with you about what that looks like. I will only ask you just one question. In your mind, give me some idea. Because I don't live where you do. But give me some idea here. In your mind, exactly what type of man do you say? Doesn't matter what I say. What type of man do you say or you think is eager? He's getting up every day and when he thinks about having a family, that this is what he's thinking about.
I honestly couldn't say. I can see any man waking up eager, thinking about
10 seconds.
Oh, let's build a family with another woman or another man's kids.
Well, it's one thing if the other man was a doctor or a scholar. It's another thing if he's a dude with a bunch of kids by 3 other women and he's in and out of jail. So what I'm saying is, when you say I want to be a wife, you don't get to call up a store and then tell them, okay, I need you all to construct for me a husband. You're having to choose from the males who are out here. Many of them were raised by females like yourself. So these guys are not very capable, not dependable. They're not stand-up dudes. They're not very bright. They're not driven. They're not eager to carry themselves, much less somebody else's burden. And what I'm saying is at 28 years old, size 6 in California, you should have your pick of the litter. At 28 years old in Southern California, what was that?
I have a good selection of male attention, but like you just said, that's the type of men that I've been encountering.
Okay, ma'am. What I'm going to tell you right now is, like I said at the beginning of the phone call, get away from defensive, fragile ego, emotion-saving mechanisms like what you just did. You don't have any men of any value interested in you. You've got the same thing you've always had. Some dudes who are willing to lay up. Do you have anyone who is willing to invest in you?
Invest as far as a relationship or monetary?
Ma'am, do you have any man who is looking to commit to you?
Yes.
Who is actively asking to commit to you?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. What does he do for a living? Give us a bright side to this damn thing.
Honestly, I don't know. I think he just quit his job and he's in the food industry.
Yeah, there you go. So basically, like your baby daddy. What about the other guy you just said? There's 2 of them. Okay, one is unemployed, so he's got plenty of time. And by the way, she doesn't even know what it means to commit to her. The other guy, what does he do for a living?
The other one does some warehouse jobs.
Some warehouse jobs, okay.
I'm not sure exactly what type.
Does he have any children?
He has a daughter.
Okay, so in other words, these are the options and choices that you have. These are the options and choices that you were just referencing a couple of minutes ago?
As far as seriously, everybody else just wants to have sex with me.
Okay, so do these guys. Ain't nobody offering a commitment.
Yeah.
Nobody's offering a commitment, man. You're just trying to save face right now. Come on, let's keep it real. Let's not do that.
Well, they offered a relationship, but
a relationship is doing what, ma'am?
Having sex, and I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how is that? Okay, how is that different from the other guys you're talking to then? Right now, you're just trying to save face, man.
The other ones don't offer a title.
A title? What title are you being offered by these guys?
Yeah, that's the only difference.
What title are you being offered by these guys, ma'am? Girlfriend. Okay, ma'am.
Mm.
All right. Okay. Ma'am, nobody's offering anything. Nobody's offering anything. Girl, you're correct. Girlfriend is a title. Nobody's offering anything. They're not offering to invest in you. They're not offering to invest in you, upgrade you, change your status or situation, be a role model to the kids. They're not offering anything.
No, they're not.
All you're doing right now is trying to save face. You're not trying to accept how bad it really is. Because understand something. It's like a business. An auditor can't help a business where the CEOs and the board of directors are lying to the shareholders and the customers about how good the business is. An auditor can help when the CEO and everybody stops lying and declares the business bankrupt so we can reorganize. It doesn't help when the CEO is telling everybody, damn the auditor, everything's fine. No, they need somebody to walk in and say, this damn thing has gone to hell. Then you can fix it. But you can't fix it as long as somebody is emotionally invested in denying how bad it really is. And what I'm saying is the reason why I walk you through that is because I want you to understand your children need for you to recognize your deficiencies and errors quickly. And you need to be able to identify them on your own. You can't have me there all the time to tell you when you're being delusional and stubborn or not, because you're the one making the choices in all these men you keep bringing around, which is why I said you need to learn a new phrase, not him. And you're the only one now who gets to make that decision, and you're not very good at choosing. And even when you needed to evaluate them, you were like, oh, this guy here is offering me something. What is he? He's willing to make me girlfriend. He's not offering anything, ma'am. He's not offering anything. Nobody's offering anything.
Right.
So now that Jason has said all that, now I'm here to help. First and foremost, you need to have a skill, ma'am. What do you do for a living? Because it's certainly unskilled.
I'm a manicurist and I work part-time at Amazon.
Okay. Ma'am, you need to take a nursing program. The Filipinos coming over there are making a bunch of money of that. You need to go into a nursing program. You need to have a skill. By entering a nursing program, it will also put you in the vicinity of males who are actually worth a damn. This will be new for you. But males who are actually worth a damn and actually have the potential to go somewhere in life, this will actually put you in proximity to them. So in regard to that, both while you're in school and then after, it'll allow you to associate and navigate with a new group of people. And you desperately need that. What you're doing right now What you're doing right now will not work. You're not going to meet anybody who's going to take care of you. When she's talking about the warehouse worker, she's talking about one of her co-workers at Amazon. Ma'am, no. You need to be in a place where you have a profession where you're dealing with people whose value is ever increasing.
Okay.
So that is what you need. Right now, what you're doing is the wrong thing. You need to go to nursing school. You're not a complete idiot. You need to actually use your brain cells and get yourself in a skilled position. And this is not so you can sit up here and be breadwinner for your kids. It's so that you can start associating with a higher level of individual. Yes, your income will increase, but by the same token, you'll also have an opportunity to associate with a higher quality of male. Maybe a pharmaceutical sales rep, maybe at the hospital or whatever, but it will give you an opportunity to start associating with a higher class of being. You are young enough now that you can actually make that happen. Particularly if you get into a BSM program, and it will give you an opportunity to start correcting these things. If you make sure that you do not put on a bunch of weight, don't look ridiculous, get rid of all the extra stupid accessories, no weave, no fake lashes. You need to be as real as you can be. You need to be beach ready all the time. And what will happen at some point, if you actually get yourself together and actually prove through your actions, not your words, because right now, a man who's accomplished or got any resources, he can't take you seriously in this condition. He can't take you seriously. You need to get yourself into a condition where you can be taken seriously. And if you demonstrate to a man that you've changed your life and you've started making progress, you will at least get the opportunity. I didn't say guarantee, but you will at least get an opportunity to have a hearing. There will be someone eventually who will say, well, you know what? I will at least let her have a conversation. That does not mean you're going to guarantee anything, but let me tell you, as a former salesman myself, you're not going to get anywhere if nobody will give you a conversation. At least if you can get them to open the lines of communication, you can at least start to make a case for yourself. And that's where you need to be right now. So right now, I'm very glad to hear you're out of the homeless shelters. You've put some distance between you and baby daddy, although understand something. What generally tends to happen to young ladies in your position is that as your life tends to get better, the bums and degenerates that you loved carousing with in your youth, all of a sudden them niggas want to come around all the time now. Because your life has gotten better, and see, other men don't want to have to deal with your drama. Because, see, that's your problem over there, and you want another man to sit up here, and as soon as your baby daddy decides that he doesn't want to go away because now you've actually tried to get your life together and he feels emasculated after all these years of being a degenerate, now he feels some kind of way. Next thing you know, you're in a situation like the rapper Trouble. So, like I say, that's the issue that you have. That's the issue that you have.
Well, I want to take your advice and enroll in some type of nursing program. I've been seeing it everywhere, and this is the sign that I need it.
Okay, well, definitely, I'm going to suggest you do that. And it's the summer. It will not take you any amount of time to sign up for that. So I would like to hear back from you in 3 months. If you need any type of help with this, email me. Email me at theblackauthority@yahoo.com. Email me. I've got a bunch of nurses across the country, a few of them in California. They will be able to help you.
Thank you so much. I will call back in 3 months.
Okay.
And if I need help, I will email you.
I expect to hear from you.
All right. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Slow down. Brake pedal. All these fast girls. She's 28 and still fast.
Hello?
Slow down. I want to ask you one question. Did you ever have a conversation with your father like the one we've had tonight?
No, I've never had a conversation with my father longer than 30 minutes.
Do you think this conversation at all has done you any good at all?
Most definitely.
Why do you say that?
Even now, with the shambles that my life is in, if I come to my mother for guidance, she's going to tell me everything is okay and everything happens for a reason and Allah knows best and everything isn't what we think it is. Like, she goes into this whole mysterious lingo and it just leaves me with no realistic solutions. Yeah. So I've never had anyone to turn to before.
Women who don't have answers.
I've just been figuring this out by myself.
Women who don't have answers tend to resort to the metaphysical, which is really just a way of saying their opinion. When women start referring you to intangible solutions, what she's saying is, baby, I ain't got no answers for you. Now, the good news for you is that I do. And if you follow what I've told you to do, your life will be different. It will be radically different and radically better. And you will have an opportunity for some of those things that you mentioned. But you didn't get into this mess overnight. You will not get out of it overnight. And it's going to take a lot of work. But what else? First of all, what else are you doing? And second of all, do you feel like I have been overly hard on you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Because right now you don't have the option of being sensitive. But I will tell you this. If you were my own daughter, I would tell you what I've told you tonight exactly the way I've told you. If you were my own daughter, I would say that.
I needed someone to talk to me like this.
Then I expect to hear from you, and I expect to see better.
You will. I will call back again.
I'll be waiting.
Okay, thank you.
Over a decade I've been doing this. She's 28 years old. Her mama was probably one of the chicks who didn't listen to us back in the day, as a matter of fact, when we were in high school or whatever. You never know. Now their children are grown, and this is what we're dealing with. How dare anyone attempt to attack black manhood as being toxic masculinity? How dare they? How dare they? I'm going to end tonight's program on that phone call. So everybody else who's on the line here, thank you very much for calling in here, but we're going to end tonight's program on that phone call. I do not have biological children of my own. I don't have them, but I've been as I told you, I've been a surrogate father to hundreds, if not thousands. And I say something to them that their own biological parents would not say because they wouldn't want to take the risk of saying it. I say to them, after I have disciplined them, I tell them, call me back. Call me back. I'm not just saying this to you and turning you loose. Call me back. I want to hear from you again. You're not dealing with somebody just saying something to be saying it. I am saying it, and I will take responsibility for what I say because I expect you to take responsibility for your life, and I'm going to lead by example. Do not just follow my advice. You can follow my example. I didn't promise you that everything is going to be roses. I promised you that whatever comes over that hill, you will be able to handle it. I didn't tell you it will be simple or easy. Life is messy. But I'll show you how to deal with life and how to clean up some of, if not all, your mess. To me, that's the essence of fatherhood. I didn't have to have biological children to understand this. What makes you think I'm going to have any patience for those of you who are biological parents and you have no respect for this? To the brothers out there listening to me tonight, to the men listening to me tonight, understand something. We are under siege. We are assailed. It is not going to stop. They mean our utter and complete destruction and annihilation. The stakes are truly that high. I'm not overstating it. They want to wipe out black men. Now, the only question is how many of you have embraced your extinction and are doing like the old niggas and just hoping for a peaceful death in between screw-ups, jail stints, poverty, and other failures. And how many of you are dogged and determined that you want black manhood to be restored and to regain its greatness and to be not just respected but admired on the correct terms? How many of you? We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. And if you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the haven of intelligent black thought. We do this every weekend, every year, every decade. Over 142,000 subscribers and a countless number of my surrogate children. And I am not just proud, I am honored and privileged to do this. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell, join us each and every week. And if you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, go there and check out our documentary work, 7 a.m. Gentrified Race War, all available at blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight. I want to thank the men who have been tireless and fearless, standing up for manhood. I I want to thank those of you who have listened and learned to be better men and better students of manhood. And I'd like to thank the Black women who still embody the greatness and proudness and majesty of our Black womanhood and supporting the men. I want to thank all of you as well. Welcome back, D. Tubman. And thank you to all my people here. This concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, as always, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, everything we are, Black first.